show you two what's polyculture equipment.
Yeah, this is it's not like later today, I pay Bill, I get money back.
Where is your camera? Oh,
This is
there.
yeah.
Okay, holding this. I mean, that's the angle that we're taking. That's also large
Okay. Is it a catastrophe if I roam around like a squirrel pointing?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Going like.
No, I think that would be fun. No,
Yeah,
don't you?
okay, cool. The live streamers,
I would enjoy that, you know? Yeah. I get to watch this back and actually listen, but I'm not thinking of recording. And yeah. So that's the kind of like the base setup. And yeah, so this is just will be there as an asset for you at the time. Okay.
What's the URL? Can I access this?
Yeah. Let me send it to you. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
How long are the presentations? The first one is like.
I had to go like 20, 30 minutes. That's why I also
Starting.
You know, I would say that we obviously bored everyone yesterday, which is why they're not kind of like here yet. But actually, everyone just stayed around.
What kind of an audience are you getting online?
I don't. You know, there's not many that are coming on at the same time, but these as part of also another sort of stream, which then gets picked up by stuff. So there's a camera there. Capturing anything we haven't posted on the white. We're doing it to publish after the fact. So we get a recording of this separately to this as well. This is your. No, it's just another one that's hosting the screen for this. Yeah.
You're with the space.
With Arc. I'm with Arc.
You are.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Alex, do you want to have a quick look at what the How long is your talk? Are you speaking Actually, I saw a section on English. Where you live? I live in
I started in San Francisco.
Exactly, this lecture is just based on English. There's actually a talk I gave back in November in London. There's a bit more like finance crowd. And so I've repurposed the vast majority of it. There's a section in England I wasn't sure if I should keep it. I think so. There's like a
What is this? Like an advanced
No. This is a power supply right here. It just so happens that we need a little bit of AC power as well as DC power. So we're using this combination because it was cheap and accessible to us at the time. But effectively, we can shrink this down and find a battery that's about half this size if we switch this out and go DC to DC. This is essentially designed to be the remote setup. So it'd be wise for us to convert everything to DC to DC power. So we're going to do that in the future iterations.
Nice. Fun to design.
Yeah. It's it doesn't look TSA friendly. That's for sure. Does not look TSA friendly.
It is 100%.
It's the
The
annoying
thousands
thing
of
is
transport on it. Is
Is
that live right now?
Yes, it's in testing.
Yeah, yeah, fine. I'll wait then until you're done.
Yeah, wait.
No, it's a relatively new thing. We've been discussing it with Aubrey and others, because it's basically Aubrey's idea of driving ballast.
You can go ahead and unplug it from the side of the
Many
case.
people say, well, I could give you $1 million, but
Perfect. Just don't move that.
you know,
I wouldn't.
because you need much more.
Oh, you
And
need the
then
middle
argument
deal,
is,
right?
well, you just need a few $1 million, and that'll be enough to run the project. So
Yeah.
generate some interesting results, which will cause bigger checks to be run.
His idea was that you really want people to commit X number of dollars, but they only put the money in once you reach a certain number of target.
A conditional.
Yeah, conditional thing. So people don't feel, well, my million isn't going to do much, but they say, okay, we're raising 100 million, which is going to really move the needle, whatever it is. But if you commit solidly,
Some of the crowdfunding sites work that way as well.
Yeah.
Unless the donations reach a certain threshold.
That's good. For me to put $10,000 in somewhere, I guess it's for opposite. I'm going to do it anyway. But if I know it's going to get to $1 million or something, So that might be.
Yes, we might do more of it. We need to be more creative because we get a reasonable flow of donations and grants, but it's hard because people roll their money into AI instead. Well, not entirely, but a lot of it is wasted. It's duplicating them. People leave one AI startup and say they're going to do it better than the next AI startup. And they get some funding because they're famous and because they might be successful. And I'm sure they've got one way of explaining what they're doing is different from others. A lot of people are down, but a lot of other people are up, yes. Incredible. So Aubrey did get the funding of about 3 or 4 billion in 2021. Taken away from them, indeed. It's still a point of why? I'm still trying to other people are making more money and we're not delivering on one person. Money was delivering on encouraging gradually to come forward and saying, well, there's lots of other ways that we can do it different. It's conditional for the new doctor. It's not conditional funding, it's conditional complaints. And the two who did complain, there was nothing much in their complaints. They thought they would bring forward lots of others. But there was no others. And so there's lots of money to be told. Such large quantities, damages friendships all over the place. People formerly were good friends, they fall out because of differential access to money.
And then
No, Richard, Alex and I are going to go on a trip.
you really have to take sides. It's very difficult to stay neutral because just
Gents, I'm gonna wrap us into stuff
you'll see.
Okay,
I
all right.
reckon you're about to.
Okay, good, excellent, very good. Yeah, yeah. So I have an offsite meeting at 3, so I'll finish
Well, I'm
before.
catching
Yeah.
Uber for.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You flew to the airport. Oh, wow, that's really like.
Well, my flight's at 7.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Day 3. We have a ton of super interesting stuff to get through, so we're going to kick off at haste and pace. I would appreciate if you come crawl into the front as best as you can. I'm going to take one of these seats as well. Front row, please, please, please. Yeah, in about 30 seconds, I'm going to hand the microphone to long time friend Alex Mann, who is the managing partner of TimeChain, to take you through our opening keynote. So, you know what, Alex, here you are. Hand over to you.
Hello, can you hear me? That's fine. All right, hello all. I'm Alex. I run TimeChain. TimeChain is a Bitcoin-only venture fund. It's not my usual crowd. Usual crowd's a little bit more sort of finance orientated. And this talk was originally delivered in November in London. So we'll see how it plays. But I thought I would start off. No.
Where's your device?
It's that one, yeah. There we go. Okay. So I would start just by setting out a few key axioms of what we believe, and then our entire investment thesis is predicated on sort of believing these sort of key points. So the first thing is that without money, nothing works. It's literally 50% of every trade. And so that's, by the way, is the largest market on the planet. The second thing about Bitcoin is that it's a fixed supply monetary asset, capped at 21 million, and it's the only neutral money. It achieves neutrality through genuine decentralization. It can't be debased and can't be censored. That means that a monetary platform can be built on top of it, and it's the only desirable monetary platform through which you can build an economy or civilization on top of. Because it can't be debased, because it can't be censored, it's free from politics. So that's a key point to understand. And we differentiate between Bitcoin and crypto to a very significant extent. Crypto really is an extension of the fiat, the existing monetary system, because there is an issuer, there is someone in charge of it, and so it becomes political by decentralization. Really, I would just see it as a hunt for seigniorage, which is what people have been fighting for centuries or for generations, which is the right to print money, and that's obscured by what I would deem techno-gobbledygook. All right, so that's the things that we believe. And I would say that the market basically agrees with these key principles now, and you can see that in the prices. So that's Ethereum versus Bitcoin, that's Solana versus Bitcoin, and that's Dogecoin versus Bitcoin. Look at any cryptocurrency versus Bitcoin, it's just down and to the right. Okay, that's the intro. So part 1, toxic capital. So the question is, what's the best performing stock over the last 4 years? And the answer, many people would say NVIDIA. It's actually not, it's MicroStrategy. So MicroStrategy is a company that was formerly dying. It was a zombie company making 50 million a year in net profits, but they couldn't grow the business fast enough to outpace the rate of monetary debasement. So it was losing money. They converted their treasury into Bitcoin. It's about 4 years ago. It's now the best performing stock in the world, outpacing NVIDIA, outpacing all the large tech stocks, outpacing real estate. And look at bonds. Bonds over the last 5 years have yielded negative 5%. How have they done it? So if I can explain this, what they've done is they issue equity to buy Bitcoin. Equity is infinitely debasable. Bitcoin is not, because it's a fixed supply monetary asset. They issue equity, they buy Bitcoin. The other thing they do is they issue debt to buy Bitcoin. And the debt is actually the best performing debt instrument on the market as well, because it's a particular type of financial instrument called convertible loan notes, whereby they sell the volatility on the equity to buy Bitcoin. And they've increased their Bitcoin holdings. This is a few months out of date. It was 280,000, it's now like 490,000. So through access to the capital markets, they're able to issue equity and debt to buy Bitcoin, and that's transformed them into the best performing stock in the world. And they just announced that they're going to continue doing this. It's the largest capital raise in history, $42 billion, basically to buy more Bitcoin. Okay, if you compare MicroStrategy to Apple, this is where it becomes really relevant. Apple has a treasury of $150 billion invested mostly in cash and some government bonds. After inflation, this has led to a $15 billion loss in real purchasing power terms. Apple is a company built on toxic capital, cash and bonds, which is being debased. Now, the $150 billion, what can they do with it? They're not acquisitive, they've hardly made any acquisitions, and they can't return the cash back to shareholders because then they'd have to admit that they're out of ideas. So it's a contrast between two companies. MicroStrategy, built on pristine capital, Bitcoin. Apple, built on toxic capital, cash, or the dollars. So MicroStrategy, they basically turn their balance sheet into an asset. Instead of returning money to shareholders, instead of investing in poorly performing assets, they invest into Bitcoin. And there's a reason why this hasn't been done on top of gold. Even gold miners distribute dividends back to their shareholders in dollars rather than gold. Okay, so the other big story in sort of institutional finance, I would say, is something called the IBIT ETF. This is the most successful financial product launch of all time. IBIT is the Bitcoin ETF. And it was launched about a year ago. It's bigger than all 2,800 ETFs launched in the last 10 years. It's the top 1% by AUM of all ETFs. And it's bigger than the gold ETF already. So this is the most successful financial product launch of all time. So where this becomes relevant to crypto is crypto venture capital in particular has been selling a story that everything was going to be tokenized and put on the blockchain. So your real estate, your land, stocks, everything was going to be tokenized and put on the blockchain. That is not what has happened. What has happened is that Bitcoin has eaten the capital markets in plain sight. IBIT, fastest growing ETF in history. MicroStrategy, best performing stock over the last 4 years. Banks now have, well, fought for and now have the right to custody Bitcoin directly. Pension funds are putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And the Ethereum ETF actually has negative inflows. So really, instead of putting everything on the blockchain, Bitcoin has been the clear winner in the capital markets over the last couple of years. So the message, Bitcoin is institutional grade capital. Okay, part 2. Everything else is a scam. So the first thing to talk about is inflation. So inflation, we were told, was transitory, and it wasn't. The measure of inflation we get is something called CPI. It's what everybody refers to. Now, the first thing to note is that inflation is particular to the individual. So let's say I eat a lot of beef and drink a lot of red wine. Person B eats a lot of vegetables and drinks beer. Now, an economist will say, well, if the price of beef goes up 100%, we'll make a hedonic adjustment. So that person will stop eating beef and they'll switch to vegetables. But I probably won't do that, right? So inflation is particular to the individual. If the beef price goes up, I just become poorer. But what you get is a broad-based measure across the population. So it's not actually particularly meaningful. Economists will also say, well, if the price of beef goes up, that person will stop eating it and will switch to something cheaper. And that's how they massage the inflation figures down. So CPI is actually a completely meaningless metric. This is the first thing to note. A better measure of inflation is something called M2. M2 is the broad-based supply of money. That has been increasing from 1960 at about 7 to 8%. So it's a much better measure of true inflation. If you look at the stock market, since 1960, it has increased. The returns, if you just invest in the index, have been about 10% if you reinvest all your dividends. Once you include taxes, it goes down to 7 to 8%. So actually, the entire stock market return is just tracking the increase in the money supply. So you can say that basically stock market returns are due to monetary debasement. There hasn't been much improvement beyond that. So if you look at your cost of capital as 7 to 8%, which is the increase in the money supply, does your salary increase at 8% per month? Probably not. And if you have your pension in government bonds yielding 4%, are you actually getting wealthier or not? Your dollar amount is going up, but your purchasing power is going down. There we go. So, as a bit of an aside, if monetary debasement is above GDP growth and has been for, let's say, 50 years, does that not imply that we've been in a depression for about that period of time? If we were in a depression, what would that look like? I've sort of drawn out 5 examples here. Health. Life expectancy in the US is falling. There's a chronic disease epidemic. Deaths of despair are increasing. And it's considered high culture to drink what I would think of as basically industrial sludge for lunch in Huel, rather than have a proper meal as they did 50 or 60 years ago. Architecture, our cities are getting worse. They're much more ugly. Architects don't live in buildings that they build right now. Quite famously, they live in buildings built 100 years ago. And airports, if the Victorians built airports, they'd look like cathedrals. We build corrugated iron sheds. Culture, political speeches are targeted at 6th graders, whereas if you read a political speech from 200 years ago, it's much more eloquent. And films, we're on like Superman 48 now. There's not really much innovation in the stories that we tell. In terms of technology, planes are slower, air travel is worse. Elon Musk is probably considered the greatest industrialist, and he actually works on technologies that were invented 100 years ago. More, from the electric car to the telephone. And some people may sort of quibble with me on this, but I don't think there's been many breakthroughs in physics for at least 50 years now. Really meaningful ones, at least anyway. Okay, this was originally written for a more English audience, but I think it's actually kind of relevant for Americans as well, because Americans consider England to be quite a wealthy country, and what I'm going to show you might surprise you. England would actually be the poorest state in the US if it were a state, and America's not that far off from some of the dynamics I describe here, because 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Okay, so this is very England specific, so I'll just sort of quickly run through it. But in England, you have a situation where they put the taxes up, energy costs keep going higher, GDP goes down, and then they print money to compensate and try and massage everything over. And monetary debasement leads to some of the sort of phenomena that we were talking about earlier. So if you just look at taxes, in England there are 22 different taxes, but many of them are hidden. Again, similar situation here in the US. 6 of them are energy specific, and energy is an input to everything. So I'll give you an example. Petrol prices in the UK, 75% of the amount you pay for petrol is actually a tax. And then there's all sorts of sort of weird hidden taxes. When you pay an insurance premium, you get an insurance policy, you pay $10 a month or whatever for your mobile insurance. There's a tax in that for some reason. So wherever they can put a tax, they put one. The relevant number here is median UK wages. So surprisingly low, probably for an American audience. If you're 30 to 39 living in London, the median wage is about £36,000, so call that $45,000. It's an expensive city. To be in the top 5%, you need to be earning $82,000 across England, so that's about $100,000. Okay, this guy on the left is our energy minister, and his grand plan is to build solar panels on a rock at the Atlantic, which never gets any sun. Consequently, energy prices in the UK for industrial users are pretty much highest in the world, certainly highest in the developed world. So the consequence is that sort of industry is leaving the island sort of completely. And then the third part, on monetary debasement, will it continue? Well, the government has not run a surplus for decades. The really relevant graph is on the top right, which shows defense spending versus debt interest. So interest on our national debt now exceeds our defense budget. It's also true in the US. Typically, that's what happens before countries collapse. So if you go back 2,000 years, back to the Roman Empire, you'll see that very same trend. And the consequence of all this is that the middle class in England is being completely destroyed. And it's very similar in the US. So I thought this is kind of an interesting exercise. I just ran the numbers. So I'm assuming you get paid 50K, £50,000. So if you remember, that puts you above median in England in the 30 to 39 age bracket. Now, to earn £50,000, you've actually earned 78,000. You've just been hit with a 25% corporate tax and a 15% national insurance tax. So to earn 50 on your salary, you've actually earned 78. Then you get hit with an income tax, and then you get hit with another national insurance contribution. So you're now down to 37. So right off the bat, your effective tax rate is 47%. On a monthly basis, you now have £3,000 left over. And then I just put some sample expenses in there, £1,200 rent, which would mean that in London you're probably sharing with someone, or you're definitely sharing with someone. And once you put in place transportation and other taxes and all that other stuff, you get basically left over with £300. So £300 a month left over. And that assumes you have no student loan, kids, car, private healthcare, unexpected expenses, you don't smoke, and there's no one-off taxes. And let's say you want to buy a house. You need a £25,000 deposit for a £500,000 house, which would probably be below average house price in London as well. It would take you 81 years to save up for it. It's basically impossible. Let's say your parents give you 100K, you need to finance a 400K mortgage. Your monthly interest is £1,000, so that's 3 times whatever you have left over. So basically, the problem in England is that the middle class is being evaporated. It's been hit from every angle. It's not possible to sustain one with these sorts of numbers, which are actually quite generous. And your tax burden is 60%. And that excludes all the hidden taxes in your transportation, your insurance, all that sort of stuff. I basically didn't include, so it's probably closer to 70%. This is more for an English audience again, but it's pretty bleak if you actually look at the political climate, and I'll make this relevant to Bitcoin in a second. But arbitrary energy costs, arbitrary taxation, essentially refusing to enforce the law, destroying small farmers, which is exactly what the communists did. They steal your money through, they built a £100 billion bat shed, which is basically theft. Bat shed didn't even work because they built it wrong, which meant the bats didn't use it as a habitat. So it's just a shed now for trains. And the point here is that England is 2,000 years old, and every section of land in England has been carefully manicured and built to sustain particular industries. So take farming, the location of the hedgerows, the types of crops, how the land has been cultivated allows for it to be very fertile. And that's taken 2,000 years to build. And it can be destroyed very, very quickly. So for the average Brit, would you rather store your wealth in a $5 million farmhouse yielding 0.3%, which is basically the yield of a farm, which can be taxed arbitrarily, seized by the government, your business made very difficult to run, or would you rather just hold it in a fixed monetary asset that can be moved if the political climate changes? And so the point really is that individuals need Bitcoin just as much as institutions like MicroStrategy, because it's the only reliable way to compound wealth over the long term. This is the price of a home in Bitcoin over the last 10 years. It started out as 50,000, now it's 5, and in 5 years it will be 0.5. It's not just for England. I was in South Africa a couple of years ago. I went to a township called Akasi, and this kid walking around with the Bitcoin is Hope t-shirt because he saves the money he earns from the surf school he's part of in Bitcoin. His mother's an alcoholic. She would steal his money if he held it in cash. If he has a South African rand, he doesn't have access to gold. He can't buy the NASDAQ. He can't buy a home, but he can buy, $10 worth of Bitcoin every week and try to save for the future. So it's an antidote to individual despair as well. Part 3 is about nation states. So the story here has made headlines recently. And I think the question nation states are asking themselves is, what happens if the Bitcoin market cap achieves the same market cap or exceeds that of gold? What do they do? At that point, Bitcoin has basically become the world reserve asset, and it's not that far away from it. So if a nation state has, I don't know how many trillions of dollars worth of gold the United States has, but if they have all that and Bitcoin exceeds it, well, how are they positioned in that world? With that in mind, Senator Lummis from Wyoming has proposed S4912, I believe. It's the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve Act, and there's going to be a big announcement tomorrow where I think this might even get implemented. And the idea is for the United States government to acquire Bitcoin. Under her plan, the United States would acquire about 1 million Bitcoin. And the idea is to use that to shore up the United States government's finances. These are her calculations, basically. The United States has $36 trillion worth of debt. They want to acquire, $1.5 million worth of Bitcoin and use that to sort of represent the debt. That would imply, by her calculations, a Bitcoin price of about $10 million. And there was a quote from Trump about a year ago that kind of got overlooked, where he said, maybe we'll pay off our $35 trillion worth of debt, hand them a little bit of Bitcoin, and wipe it out. So the message here really is that the United States is going to try and use Bitcoin to recapitalize itself. It's built on toxic capital. It needs to pay that off somehow, and maybe they'll use Bitcoin to do it. He also said this: never sell your Bitcoin. So in the current sort of fiat monetary system, we're trapped in this cycle of debasement, taxes, war, theft, politics, and debt. But there's an easy way to exit, and that's Bitcoin. And individuals, institutions, and nation states are looking to do that. We run a venture fund basically building this infrastructure, which we don't need to cover in much detail here. The purpose of TimeChain was basically to accelerate Bitcoin adoption. If we could do that by 0.1%, we'd consider that successful. That was the point of TimeChain 1. TimeChain 2, which is our second venture fund, basically now thinks about what will happen when Bitcoin is worth $10 million a coin. Due to various technical constraints, it becomes hard to see how an individual can interact with the Bitcoin network if they need to, which is this voluntary, decentralized network that people can escape to rid themselves of the incessant politics of the world that we live in. So we focus on how we build the infrastructure to make Bitcoin accessible to anyone, anywhere, anytime. And the final point I'll make before I sort of end here is that there is, a big focus between Bitcoin and crypto. And for us, the two are very distinct. Brian Armstrong, who's the CEO of Coinbase, put out this tweet recently, and I'll just highlight the bottom of it, where he says, meme coins are a canary in the coal mine that everything will be tokenized and brought on-chain. Every post, image, video, song, asset class, identity, vote, artwork, stablecoin, contract, etc. This, to me, is quite a dystopian vision of the future, where everything is tokenized and everything is put on-chain, and it's something we want to push back against. Because in that scenario, your life will basically become a casino, where you need a token or a credit to perform every single action, and you have to constantly speculate on how you maintain your purchasing power from one resource versus another. And so Bitcoin basically stands in contrast to hyper-financialization. Ironically, it is a less financialized future where not everything has to be tokenized and put on chain, and you have to trade against it constantly. So that's why we say Bitcoin is hope for individuals, institutions, and the nation state. That's it. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Sorry for the clicker being all over. I hope that was entertaining. I know a lot of our crew and our community are maybe not quite in the same philosophical stance as Alex, but that's why it's even more important that we hear that stance and try and refute it. I think, like, personally, I mentioned this yesterday whilst on stage talking about Arc. No, I didn't actually. We'll talk about it in the Q&A afterwards, right, when we were upstairs. The separation of money and state, I think, is unbelievably important. And I don't intend to choose or sort of like arbitrate sort of what currencies would be legal in Arc. But no, Alex, thank you for the overview. We're now about to have an incredible presentation from Polycarp Nakamoto. Great name to start. Who's been building actually on top of the Bitcoin network. We're actually going to have basically a world exclusive live demo of some like unbelievably important technology that I hope we will be using in our charter city. And I think that the lucky citizens of Austin, may be getting to use a lot sooner. So as soon as we've got this tested device working again, I'll hand over the mic to Polycarp. Yeah, just make sure that the dongle that's controlling this is visible. Yeah, perfect. Amazing. Well then please, if everyone is like, welcome to the stage, Polycarp.
Thanks so much. All right, hello everyone. I am excited to be here today and to talk to you about mesh networks. I know I'm wearing a funny mask. It's to protect my digital identity. Everyone should be worried about their digital identity with what's coming up with technology in the future. But today, I want to talk to you about decentralized personal information networks. I want to talk to you about mesh networks, privacy and anonymity online. That's kind of the themes that I live in. And so let's explore. First, what is Web 5? I know everyone probably has not heard that term yet. We're on Web 3, but Web 4 already exists. And Web 5 is what we need to build. So in Web 1, just a quick recap, you basically had a library of information. You could read information, but you could not write, right? On Web 2, we were given an identity, but you don't own that identity. You don't own the email address or the phone number that you signed up with, right? Web 3 gave us something unique. Web 3 gave us private keys. Now we can actually own something on the web without a government or big company giving us validation. Web 4 is peer-to-peer communication between individuals. I actually have an example of that with me here. This is a mesh network device, and it Bluetooths to your phone. It gives you a 1 mile radius to be able to communicate without leaving a trace on the internet. It doesn't use LTE, doesn't use satellite. This is the perfect example of Web 4. This antenna will broadcast your Web 4 signal for 25 miles. The longest distance that we have sent a message was from here in Austin to Houston over this decentralized network. So mesh networks are real. They actually can function, and we are building them. We believe that charter cities may be the perfect application for these mesh networks. And so what is Web 5? Web 5 is when you run a Bitcoin node server, and that Bitcoin node server is hosting and broadcasting the internet. So we have basically everything we need to completely decentralize the internet right now. So why isn't it decentralized yet? Because there's still people making money off of centralized communication and connections. So why are mesh networks so important? Well, one, there's no single point of failure. So like if you had an outage, a fire, a flood, something of that nature, you don't lose communication. Everything is still functioning. You're able to get food, water, coordinate for survival, all of that. So why do we need a mesh network, right? And why is it so important to have a decentralized mesh network rather than a very efficient centralized network? Today, people just call the ISP and they pay a bill and they never think about the internet. They don't know how it works. Most people don't know that a website has a server behind it, right? With mesh networks, you get community. That's how you communicate, right? We reach consensus by communicating. And communication networks that are decentralized allows for the truth to always be spoken. No one can censor the communication if there is no single point of failure. You also need collaboration. It's impossible to have a mesh network without collaboration. I need to adjust my antenna. I need to play with my frequencies to be able to get my message across. And that requires people collaborating together to fill a city with a decentralized mesh network. Also, decentralization. Mesh networks are the perfect picture of decentralization. Everyone can connect without permission, and they also can transact in total privacy and anonymity. Right now, if you connect to the internet with your phone or your laptop, that signal is absolutely seen by 50 different organizations. And everything you do is valuable to AI. So every function, every action is monetized, collected, and then sent to an AI to figure out who you are and what you're doing and the people that you associate with. It's a way to control. Without an anonymous network, we have no power. We can't hide. The truth can't be spoken without being censored. So decentralization is the key to the future of the web. So what do we actually need to make a mesh network? You're sitting here and you're thinking, okay, I would like a mesh network, but what's all involved, right? This is it. An open source router. Most of us have a router in our home. Almost everyone does. And that router comes pre-programmed with limitations to make sure that you never break free from the internet service provider. If we're building future cities, what we need is an open source stack where there is no control mechanism from a third party. Also, no data is given to a third party when you have a router that is open source. We also need Linux PCs. How many people here have a computer? How many people are running Linux? All right, we got 3. Linux has 4% of the market share. Thankfully, with the new Windows 11 update, more people are considering moving to Linux and getting off of the Microsoft hamster wheel. But the most important thing is you cannot have security or privacy or censorship resistance with a user agreement. Every Windows and Apple machine has a user agreement that locks you into a contract with another company. And they get to dictate what software runs on your computer, how you can use your computer. A great example is if you take a photo with your Apple phone, Apple owns the rights to that photo, not you. You might think you can put it on a billboard and sell it, but there's a chance that Apple could sue you and then recoup their investment of their software and your data. So Linux PC is the very foundation in which we can communicate together securely and privately. How many people here know what a Bitcoin node is? All right, so we have servers all over the world running on Bitcoin. I want to thank the time chain guy for talking about Bitcoin. That was a fantastic look at Bitcoin the money. What we want to look at is Bitcoin the network. Bitcoin has 22,000 servers around the world, 3 times the amount of Tor, which means Bitcoin could be an anonymous network faster and more robust than Tor. Antennas and relays. Here we have one type of antenna, and over there we have another, that little white hockey puck. That's all it takes. It's very compact. The technology has gotten easy. We don't need to run wires and cables anymore. That little hockey puck sends a Wi-Fi signal for 5 miles at 150 megabytes. So a decentralized mesh network is actually viable with technologies like Nostr, Bitcoin as the foundation of the network. Also, the open source phone. The biggest problem with our phones today is if you download an app from the Apple Store, there's a 30% hike on anything that you do with that. They have a tax. It's called the Apple tax. So if you own an Apple, everything is more expensive. But the worst part is if your account gets hacked, whether it's Google or Apple, they will just shut your account down. You lose all of your data, and you can't update your phone. You have to create a new account. This has happened to me and others, and that's why an open source phone is so important. With an open source phone, you can actually put any kind of software that you want on that phone. You can run whatever services you decide is right for yourself. You also need a power source. Everyone here knows about solar and batteries. There's an abundance of options out on the market. And with these simple ingredients, we can create a global mesh network spanning across the globe, built on Bitcoin servers with peer-to-peer connections that has no central point of failure and all of the privacy, security, and anonymity that we need for the future. So, what do we actually use with Web 5? What are the key ingredients that are needed to build this mesh internet based on Bitcoin? First is verifiable credentials. I know that a lot of people here are thinking about identity and how to manage identity in the future. Verifiable credentials are basically anchors on the Bitcoin blockchain that prove a claim that you have, and that claim can live in your Bitcoin wallet. So you can present that. Let's use an easy example. Let's say that you go to a bar and you want to buy a drink. If you buy a drink, they're going to ask you for your ID. If that bartender is a creep, then he knows where you live, how old you are, he can find you online, he knows your full name, your height, all kinds of details about you, just to buy a beer. In the future, with verifiable credentials, you can show what your age is and not reveal anything else about you, because it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is, are you over 21? Decentralized identifiers. Right now, all of our data is held by a third party, unless you're like us. We have a whole system set up that protects the data. It's in that case. But most people have to rely on Google, Apple, or Microsoft to manage their digital footprint. With decentralized identifiers, you can submit a proof of who you are, like your browsing history, maybe your GPS history, maybe it's a voice memo. And that proof can create a bucket for data, and you can decide which bucket your data goes in. So this is my church and family bucket. This is my work bucket. This is my school bucket. And I can put different data points into each bucket using DIDs. With DIDs and verifiable credentials, you can prove who you are without revealing anything about yourself, kind of like a zero knowledge proof, stuff like that. And for cities, the problem of identity is huge. If you're in a smart city and you want to hack or attack somebody, you can find them in a smart city. Their phone is walking around just broadcasting who they are all the time. In Web 5, I can switch my identity with my DIDs, and I can be safe in a city environment. No one can just blanket track me. No one can target me and take my Bitcoin. How many people heard about the live streamer that got attacked. I think it was last night or the night before. She showed that she had 20 million in Bitcoin on her live stream, and 3 guys showed up, pulled her out of bed, hit her with a pistol, and tried to get her to give over her private keys. Don't let that happen to you. This is how we do that. We decentralize everything, even the very ways that we identify ourselves. Number 3, Fedimint. Fedimint is an unknown protocol. Very few people are aware of it, but it helps the scalability as well as the privacy of Bitcoin. But here's what Fedimint does for us. In this new internet, we're going to pair data with Bitcoin eCash using the Fedimint protocol. Basically what Fedimint does, it allows you to take Bitcoin and then issue out warehouse receipts that you can use to trade off-grid. You don't need to mess with the chain, right? You don't need an internet connection to send and receive eCash. If we can pair data with eCash, which we can, then we can create an incentivization layer for this new internet. Also, we're going to talk a little bit about AI at the end. But right now, if I wanted to protect my email, I would put a cost to entry. It would be a fraction of a penny to enter into my email. I wouldn't feel it, I wouldn't care. But the AI that is DDoSing my email, trying to break into the password, would run through a couple $100,000 trying to get through, right? So we can actually use Bitcoin to fix the web. We can add privacy and security through peer-to-peer voluntary connections where I have my Bitcoin node and I have my DID. And when I meet people at a conference, I show them my DID, they sync with my node. And if somebody tries to sync with my node who I haven't met or I'm not familiar with, I can deny that connection. This is what the web currently does not have. There is no way to insulate yourself from the guy in Algeria hacking 24/7, trying to get into your bank accounts, trying to steal your crypto. North Korea has an entire wing of crypto stealing, armies, basically. They just work 24/7 at cracking into wallets and exchanges. So Fedimint is going to allow us to truly build the decentralized internet because it now gives us an incentivization model. It gives us the ability to pair data with monetary transactions. Eliminating spam. Who's going to pay $10,000 for an email no one is going to read, right? And then Bitcoin. We could not be here today if it was not for Bitcoin. 22,000 servers all over the world. We want to get that to 100,000 so that we can build this new internet with peer-to-peer connections. And we're actually going to demo that for you here today. With this case, connecting to that yellow box, offline, doing a video call that no AI can see. Totally private, thanks to the infrastructure of Bitcoin. So let's say you want to build a charter city. Let's say that you want to build a society. Maybe it's not a city in a physical place. Let's just say you want to build a community of people. I believe that these are the ingredients that we need. We need decentralized ID. I need to be able to prove that I live at that house, but I don't know this person who is asking me for identification. So I show them a zero knowledge proof. Yep, I live there, and that's all you need to know. This will help a more open and free society because people cannot be targeted and retaliated against for their beliefs, their opinions, or what they do. Also, it needs to be permissionless. I've looked at a few different mesh network solutions, and not all of them are permissionless. If we don't have a permissionless internet, then what we have is slavery, right? If you have to ask every time you use the internet, or if to even connect to the internet, then you are making an inequitable access to the web. Many people don't have the luxury of a secure, reliable internet. We do, so we don't really think about it. But the internet of the future has to be something that is decentralized and permissionless. Also, open source. There's no way to have security if you can't audit the code. That was great. That actually is a description of the internet. Yep. So these Jenga blocks over here, they were actually a little demo for everyone who's more visual. We were going to remove the blocks, leaving only the internet block. And when you flip that one off, your money, your social community, your travel, your food ordering, and medications go out the window. It's why we need a decentralized internet, because very easily everything could just be turned off, right? So it needs to be open source. And not open source just because I want free stuff or to use someone else's hard work and not give them credit. Open source so that I can validate for myself that the code doesn't have something malicious in it, right? Also, it's not free as in free beer, it's free as in free speech. Code, in my opinion, is free speech. It's the basis of a just society, actual ownership. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. So I'm going to stop talking at you, and we're going to do a live interactive demo. I'm really happy that there's not 50 people in the room, because I'm going to invite some people to come over here and some people to stand over there, and we're going to do a peer-to-peer video call that is happening on a Bitcoin node in this box. We developed this box over here to be able to deploy a Bitcoin-based mesh network anywhere in the world at any time. And the reason why someone would want to do this is, let's say there is internet traffic and there's a bottleneck from here to Dallas. Well, if there's a bottleneck and the fees are getting too high and people are not sending as much information as they need to, someone can show up with a box like this and deploy the antenna, and the server and everything else that's needed, the Wi-Fi router, is in the box. It's a mobile mesh network. If you go to Burning Man, you can deploy this, and all of your friends can join an internet that doesn't exist on the web. It exists in the box. You can share photos, videos, audio, documents. Every function that Google or Apple offers you can be done on a Bitcoin node. So we're going to go ahead and do the demo. Eliza and Ollie, if you'll join me. And if everyone wants to get up and look around, definitely encourage that. This is also a great time for questions and answers. So if anyone has any questions, I'd love to field them. Yeah, for sure. Come on over here, go over there, and you can see the screen, see what it looks like. This is an exciting landmark in our story.
Let's walk to this side right here. Eliza over there is going to be our call recipient. And if you guys just want to look either at this screen or at that screen, that's completely fine. So we are about to initiate a call now. And remember, with Nextcloud, they always ask for permission. So we're all, these applications that you guys see will always ask for your permission for microphone usage, camera usage, what have you. The ringtone's not wanting to go. Oh, there you go. Yes. Yeah, so we are loading into a call right now, Eliza. And remember, this is going through these white access points that you guys see hanging, as well as the black boxes. And once they go through that, she should be able to see the call coming in.
It's true. Before Bitcoin, this was not possible. Yep, we're connecting.
Cool. Excellent.
These are NanoBeam Wi-Fi units. So they have to be exactly aligned. It's a very skinny Wi-Fi signal rather than a wide Wi-Fi signal.
You can just step on this side a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Let's see here.
Do you have a green icon on yours?
No, I have no connection to anything. The site can't be reached.
Check and okay, it probably dropped out of Wi-Fi. So check the Wi-Fi and make sure that you're connected to the Polycan case.
It is connected.
Or sorry, yeah, the Polycan.
Polycan, right?
Yep.
We're connected. They didn't teach me how to do this.
Give the page a refresh then.
Yeah, I did that too.
I can try to box that.
No, I wouldn't. Should be good.
It's always in time for the demo.
I think somebody.
You got 2 bars.
Yeah, it should still be going.
It's going to that antenna right there.
Cool.
Recently, we did this demo, and we were on the bridge over by the pedestrian bridge, and we had someone in a skyscraper. Worked flawlessly. Across the room, no way.
Yeah, we did this a couple
Yeah, yeah. I mean, brand new.
First one that you did.
The first one we did was in Miami, and that was a Bitcoin transaction video call that was peer-to-peer. It was from the old Miami Telecoms building and the old Federal Reserve building, so it was perfect.
When was that?
That was during the counterparty just a few months ago, 2 months, I believe, and then recently we did the other demo at the bridge. But while they're working out the technical details, again, questions, answers, love more questions.
This is the third live demo.
Yes, third live demo. Tim? It does have to be line of sight for these in particular, and we did that because of security. You don't want someone else to be able to stand here and get your signal. And so what we've done is we bought the skinniest Wi-Fi beams possible. But because they're across the room, they're too skinny, right? If they're further away, they get better. Yep. Exactly. You've got to line it up just right. And the further away apart they are, up to 5 miles, that is the distance that you can get a 150 megabyte connection.
See inside the box.
Yeah. If anyone wants to come up and see the box, there's a Starlink in there. And so what we've done is in this box is every single way to communicate to the internet and then broadcast that internet to other people like Eliza there with the yellow case. And so we have not only regular Starlink Wi-Fi, but we also have the mesh network technology with that antenna. That antenna plugs into the back of the case and gives you a 25-mile communication and GPS radius that you can communicate with unlimited users. You could have hundreds of users cross Burning Man with this technology.
That might help. I wonder sometimes if people in the audience, think there's maybe a non-serious problem that we're solving, kind of like here, right? And this was the reason I actually got into Web3 in the first place, was to see this future where you had a truly decentralized permissionless stack, top to bottom. And I can't say too much on camera, but you can come and ask me about it kind of like afterwards. But I've been involved with some absolutely critical infrastructure providers that have been asked to simply turn off huge parts of the web in response to stuff that's happening. It's seriously not theoretical. We've all been impacted by it, whether you realize it or not. And it's actually just the fact that some of these individuals have said no, that it's not been worse. And so the whole point of building systems like this is so that an individual does not even have the power to cave to that pressure and do something to, like that. So it's really not theoretical. I can tell you more, off camera. But yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that one last thing. So if we talk about what is wrong with the internet, we can see it here. It's what he said. It's centrally controlled. Bitcoin gives us another way to build the web with servers all over the world. And so there's Bitcoin, the currency, where you can own Bitcoin, but then there's the protocol layer. Just like the protocol layer of the internet right now is TCP/IP. The protocol layer of the internet tomorrow is Bitcoin DID to Bitcoin DID. And that's how the traffic will flow. If we are able to replace TCP/IP with Bitcoin DIDs, the internet will truly be anonymous and fully decentralized. And most importantly, private. People always say, well, aren't you going to enable bad actors to do bad stuff and get away with it? Nonsense. The government has so much data on us. They know what all of us are doing, even if we protect ourselves. But hackers, AI, and other bad entities, this solves that problem. And so thank you so much for being here today. We're going to do another demo later. And if anyone has any questions, thank you, James.
Thank you so much. And if there's anything Art wants to do, it's support people like you at the beginning of their journeys, when things are hard, when demos fail, and when there's still adversity to overcome. So look, honestly, thank you so much for being here. I would love to see this come together, and I'm looking forward to see how we can support you guys. Okay, slight change of tack now. I guess like today's theme was sort of frontier technology, and I think actually this and what we're going to start talking about next are the two most important technologies that are being built at the minute. AI is going to run the world, and they're going to do it via these systems. I actually think the world of Web3 is basically building a permissionless API that AI will be able to use itself to do stuff without needing any of us to be involved. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, we may get into the debate of right now. So in a second, we're going to have the amazing David Wood return to the stage. We just recorded an awesome podcast this morning that went through his sort of life story from building Symbian, which was at one point the world's largest operating system that had about an 80% market share on all devices in the world. He's obviously gone through an incredible journey to see how ultimately that being bought by Nokia did not allow Nokia to keep its market share and lost out to Android and to Apple on the phones and devices we use now. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to trust in his expertise and hand over for him to give us an insight into his views on AI. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much, James. So I'm going to talk about the future of AI. Not AI as a slightly better chatbot or AI as a producer of better images. I'm going to talk about the radical future of AI. And as a futurist, it's part of my task to cause you to imagine very creative possibilities. But as a futurist, I also needed to dig down critically into three questions. What's real? What's credible? Is this future just science fiction? What is the science fact behind it? And clearly this particular picture, it is science fiction. It's a hallucination by an AI when I asked it to imagine the future of Austin. And I'm going to show you instead, I believe, a credible image of the future. The second question that futurists like to look at is the desirability question. To what extent will this future be good? Is it full of promise? To what extent might this future be dangerous and regrettable, full of peril? And the third question that futurists like to ask, arguably the most important question, not the credibility question or the desirability question, it's the action question. What are we going to do so that it's more likely we end up in a future full of promise than in a future full of peril? Now, I'm going to start not by looking into the future. I'm going to go way back to 1992 Why? Well, I want to illustrate an important pattern. It's the pattern about how disruption takes place. So as James briefly mentioned, I was involved in the early days of the mobile computing industry, and after 4 years, we produced our first million-selling device, this handheld computer, which, as you might see if you look closely, had a built-in word processor, spreadsheet, contact manager, agenda, programming language, and what more. And we were doing what most companies do. We imagined an incremental future. What we imagined is more of the same. And we delivered more of the same. So 5 years later, we came out with a much better device, much better screen, 32-bit operating system rather than a 16-bit operating system, and touch rather than just a keyboard. But the future is not just incremental. This is the really important point. The future is sometimes disruptive when it goes off in a different direction. And that's what we realized in the middle 1990s, that a huge gorilla was coming for our space. The gorilla was the mobile phone industry. And eventually we decided we would pivot our company. So Cyan, which I was part of, spun out a company called Symbian with this particular vision from June 1998. The trend that we were spotting, that computers were becoming more mobile, would be intersected by the devices from the mobile phone companies like Nokia, Ericsson, Motorola, and others, which were becoming smarter. And rather than running away from this, rather than putting our heads in the sand like an ostrich, we said, well, we're going to adapt our software. We're going to make sure it's suitable for these new devices. We tried to call them wireless information devices. That name never stuck. And people talk about smartphones instead. So that's what we did. But the funny thing happened on the route to profitability. And I'm going to go through just a few quick facts and figures, not that you need to remember them or understand them. Rather, it's the pattern that's important. We managed to get investment on the basis that we'd be profitable in 3 years. A lot went wrong in these 3 years. There was the dot-com crash, all kinds of other things. We, in reality, needed 3 more significant rounds of funding. We needed to fix our software much more fully than we had expected in order to truly work on phones rather than on handheld computers. But in the end, we were successful, extremely successful, not just selling devices 1 million, but we had sold 100 million smartphones after 8 years. And after another just 18 months, we had sold another 100 million. That's less than 96 weeks, whereas the first million took 96 months. There's the pattern of a slow start followed by an acceleration. And after 3 more years, we had reached a total of 500 million phones running software that my teams had contributed towards. But by this stage, another gorilla had turned up, the gorilla of Silicon Valley, which was building more powerful, more ambitious devices, and so Apple's iOS and Android were by this time delivering the highest profile, highest profit, and Symbian then became an unknown backwater, with other competitors from these old days like BlackBerry and Palm and Microsoft also being overtaken. So why do I go through all that? Is to emphasize this pattern. Technology disruption often happens very, very slowly for a long time. And nothing much seems to happen. And sometimes that's all there is. The technology never breaks through. But then in some cases, whoosh, just apparently in a short space of time, the world's changed and everybody's saying, why did nobody tell us this was coming? So it breaks through into a much faster pace. And that's what I'm here to talk about. The transformation, not of smartphones, but the transformation of AI. We're still at the very early days of this acceleration. And what AI is going to deliver isn't just modifications of what it can do now. It's going to revolutionize 3 other areas of technology. It's going to revolutionize nanotech, our ability to control matter programmably at the atomic level. It's going to revolutionize biotech, our ability to modify our biology. and it's going to revolutionize cognotech, the ability to understand and improve our brains. And in turn, revolutions in nanotech is going to transform three huge industry areas: energy, manufacturing, and recycling. Biotech is going to transform agriculture, food preparation, and healthcare. And revolutions in cognotech, also enabled by the greater intelligence of AI, is going to transform things we do with our minds: education, entertainment, and the whole vast field of spirituality. So AI is going to transform huge areas of society. And in terms of timescales, I'm going to say a great deal is going to happen with AI in the next 1 to 3 years. We've had a huge amount happening in the last 3 years. I'm going to argue there's going to be even more happening in the next 3 years. Not everybody agrees, and I'm going to make that argument. That's going to lead to a slightly slower change in these other areas. Why? Because they are not soft, they are hard. They involve physical experiments, biological experiments, and you can't just iterate a huge biological experiment or a huge new hardware experiment in a few seconds. It takes longer. But within 10 years at the later, all these 9 areas of life that I listed, I believe, will be utterly different from today. And people are going to see this coming. Increasingly, people do see these coming. And I believe that over the next 1 to 3 years, there's going to be a vast public discussion. Do we like this? Is it credible? What are we going to do about it? And we need to get ahead of that conversation. We need to ensure that that conversation is serious, but not full of panic. Now, as I said, not everybody agrees, and I'm going to now draw 3 tribes of people. I'm going to talk about the AI incrementalists, the AI accelerationists, and the AI safety activists. And you might decide which of these tribes, if any, you most closely associate with. The AI incrementalist says, let's be realistic. Let's not be carried away with this excitable talk. AI has got some useful aspects. It has some good uses and some bad uses. But it's not going to become super intelligent anytime soon. And instead, there are many deep limitations of AI. And if anything, we might have a new AI winter. And many of the companies that are currently very highly valued might fail. And some of them say OpenAI is the new WeWork, for example. Now, the accelerationists, they have a different view. They say AI is good, and we should hurry up and do even more. So their motto is embrace bold change. Let's ensure that AI gets much better as quickly as possible. And anybody trying to slow it down, like these pesky safety activists I'm going to talk about in a minute, they are not just misguided, they are morally deplorable. Because AI has the ability to solve the things we really care about. It's got the ability to help us solve climate change, cancer, economic distribution, aging. The safety activists partly agree with that. The safety activists say, yes, but we've got to avoid losing control of what we're creating here. We've got to avoid big tech making all the decisions purely based on what they decide is best. It's true AI can do a huge amount of good, but it can also have catastrophically bad outcomes. So rather than just pressing the accelerator flat to the floor, I think in America you call it the throttle, you've got to use the steering wheel carefully, and yes, the brakes. And if we just race ahead, determined not to fall behind in a race, we're likely to end up killing everybody. So I don't know if you strongly identify with one of these 3 tribes. There are other tribes we could talk about. I can illustrate them briefly. On the top right there, there's the AI doomers, who have basically already lost hope and saying, yeah, we've lost control. What can we do? Nothing. Let's try and enjoy life until we're all obliterated. On the top left there, there's the AI rejectionist. Increasingly, there are some people saying, you know, AI is just so nasty, we should try and build a world without AI. let's not use AI at all. And some of them are individual rejectionists, and some of them argue for civilization as a whole to reject AI. I'm not going to talk about either of these too much. I will just point out that the two in the bottom there, the incrementalists and the safety activists, also wish to be discriminating about AI. They say we have to be selective about what we do with it. So let me give the incrementalists more of a voice. The incrementalist says, look, don't be misled by all the hype. So much what passes for news about AI is misleading. It's just some mathematics dressed up. There's nothing truly interesting going on there. And the other two that I've got here, the accelerationists and the activists, they actually agree with the answers here. They say it's true. There is a great deal of hype, but nevertheless, there are a lot of fundamentally important results too in fields such as medicine and in manufacturing. The Nobel Prizes were not given out lightly. The Nobel Prizes were based on some truly interesting and important results. The incrementalists will say, look, let's not get carried away here. What we're building doesn't have consciousness. It's not going to displace humanity anytime soon. And the answer to that could be a long philosophical discourse. I'll just say it's not whether they're conscious that poses the opportunities and the risks. It's whether they're capable. And these AIs are capable of observing data and spotting patterns, predicting what's likely to happen next, and suggesting interventions if you want to change the outcome. Whether you call that intelligence or not isn't so important. The point is that AIs can do all these things, and they have one marker of true intelligence, which is they can learn when they get things wrong. The AIs are already doing all these things, and that makes them potentially very good and also potentially very dangerous. You'll hear sometimes the incrementalists saying, oh, these AIs are just like parrots. A parrot doesn't understand truly when it's talking to you. They are kind of stochastic parrots. I'm not going to get lost in that argument either. I could say, well, our neurons in our brains don't understand anything either. It's, of course, at the higher level, the emergence of intelligence. Let's see that the systems as a whole are capable of doing great things. The final complaint of the incrementalists, and the one I'm going to look at more fully, is when they say, look, whatever else is happening, we're not going to see big additional leap forwards in intelligence anytime soon. And the other two, although they disagree about how quickly we should be moving forward and to what extent we should be prioritizing safety, they can both answer that there are three reasons why AI is likely to accelerate. And that's in the next slide. The reasons why AI will improve fast. When I started giving this slide about 5 years ago, I needed to persuade people of the first part, which is there is an incredible demand for AI. Nowadays, everybody realizes that AI is enormously commercially important. The companies that succeed with AI in whichever field are likely to be the market leaders and winning huge amounts of financial benefit as a result. And there's also a geopolitical race here. And we can quote the AI philosopher Vladimir Putin, who said a few years ago that whoever is first with AI will rule the world. And I don't know about you, but I don't want Vladimir Putin to rule the world, which is why others are racing to make sure that the others are first. So there is this incredible demand for new improvements in AI. Now, if you study economics, you will know, of course, that just because there's a demand for something doesn't mean it will happen. You also need to have a supply. And this is where I'm going to condense a 30-minute argument into just a few bullet points. There is a huge supply line of possible ways to improve AI. And Peter, who's going to speak next, will give one example of the ways in which AI might be improved. There are lots of other ways that people are actively looking at. Additional data, which can be cleaned in new ways, whether it's old radio programs or lots of television footage and so on, which can be fed into AIs. There's now combination mechanisms in which you pull together the deep neural networks, which have made a lot of progress in some aspects over the last few years, and you add in chain of thought reasoning or other rationalizations. There's also alternatives to transformers. Transformers were unexpected. They were a mechanism that turned out to be incredibly useful for self-supervised learnings. There are lots of other computer scientists who think they've got some better system to replace transformers. None of them have really broken through yet. We can learn more from the human brain. This is the field of neuromorphic computing. The brain doesn't do back propagation, for example, which is how many of these existing neural networks are trained. It does other training mechanisms. So if we could copy some of that, we might go faster. There's other biological metaphors like evolutionary algorithms. There are people who say the biggest way forward is to distinguish between correlation and causation. Humans are quite adept at spotting when one thing might cause another. Let's build that into our AIs. There's quantum algorithms. Strangely, when you run an emulation of a quantum computer on a classical computer, it can sometimes do things that you couldn't do on a classical computer before. So this is already very interesting. And I should mention what SingularityNet is doing, which is combining lots of smaller units, modules, into an architecture in which there is more power. So there's lots of demand, and yes, there is lots of a supply of ideas, but that doesn't yet explain how quickly change is going to come. There's a whole bunch of other mechanisms, which means that whoever has got an idea can more quickly bring it to market. There is a huge education that's never existed before. People got an idea, they want to explore what I've just said about neuromorphic computing, for example. You can access vast amounts of free information online that will tell you about it. You can join communities which are sharing templates and tools to help you get up to speed quickly. So I'll summarize all that and say, every time there's a breakthrough in AI, you can use that breakthrough to help you get more quickly to the next version of AI. Just as when I was a software engineer, I would use software to help me build better software. I would use compilers and debuggers and lints and optimizers. Well, in the same way, people are increasingly using AI to refine their previous models. So that's my argument against the incrementalists. That's my argument why there's going to be huge progress, almost certainly in the next 1 to 3 years. But that doesn't mean to say that every AI adoption is going to succeed. In fact, many of them are going to fail. And what I'm going to talk about next are reasons why individual applications or adoptions of AI often go wrong. And then I will briefly touch on in my final remarks about why we as a civilization might fail as we try and use AI more fully. So in terms of the individual failures, this is perhaps the most important curve from business school, the adoption J-curve. It looks like this. You may say that doesn't look much like a J, but if you started here, which is the point in which you try and jump from your existing way of doing things, what you were doing before, like in Sion, we were building handheld computers. We were quite good at that, but when you try and adapt to a different thing, you end up with a period of time in which you're not competent in the new method. You haven't quite figured out who are the right partners to work with, what are the mechanisms to use, what are the contractual arrangements, what are the tools, and so on. So for a while, after you try and switch, you often do experience confusion, inefficiency. People sometimes call this the valley of underperformance, or more drastically, the valley of death. And there's no wonder that when companies are in this situation, they often think, we're not going to bother with this anymore. We're going to go back to using it the old way. So let's give up on that transition. And sometimes that is the right decision, because sometimes the newfangled technology doesn't actually live up to expectations. And I would say that at least some aspects of blockchain are in that category. People get excited and they explore blockchain and it doesn't do what they wanted. The right thing to do then is to decline. But with AI, it's very much my view that if you give up, if you bungle that transition, you will be left behind. And you will die in the way that many great companies have done in previous disruptions if you're not able to make that transition. It's not just there'll be individual companies that will fail. In my view, it's quite likely that great countries are going to fail in this transition coming up. So let's go back to what happens when you're trying to make this adoption. What should you do, recognizing the likelihood that you might struggle for a while in this limbo land before you've got competent in the new area? Should you just muddle through and do the best that you can? No. There are things that will make it more likely that you will succeed in this transition. A bunch of solutions which have been known about for a while, but which are even more important now, given that there's going to be even faster change than before, if what I've said about AI is true. The first thing is to make sure you don't have your whole company stuck in that period of underperformance and confusion. Instead, you should be trialing these new ways in a smaller group, using the principles of Agile. You don't tell your people to go away and come back after 6 months with what they found. You set them a much shorter time limit and give them a shorter thing to find out some progress. So Agile is partly the solution. Second solution is you've got to figure out quickly who is reliable in terms of giving advice and who is just talking hype. And it's true what the incrementalist said. There is a great deal of people who might look very slick. They might appear to have all the right buzzwords, but in reality, they're not offering true solutions. So picking the right partners, picking the right communities is truly important here. And thirdly, you've got to keep in mind, as you're in the midst of this, the pain that will happen if you fail to make that transition, and also the benefits that are ahead if you can do it. And I summarize that by saying, in the midst of these battles, you still need to keep the big picture in mind. So let me summarize what I've just said in the last minute or so with what I offer as the 7 most important skills to be successful in this time of rapid disruption in the next 1 to 3 years. Perhaps the most important skill is to be fast at learning, because whatever you think now is the key skill, probably it's going to turn out to be something slightly different. There'll be some new programming language, some new protocols. We heard in the last couple of slides, the last couple of talks rather, new protocols which maybe we hadn't heard about before. How can we learn quickly? Well, one thing to learn is you've got to get rid of some of our old ideas. So one of the key skills for the future to be successful is going to be rapid on learning. Thankfully, technology, as I said, can help us to learn fast, but we need to tap into the right online systems so that we can learn. Thankfully, it's not just technology that can help us learn. As I mentioned, if we find the right partners, that can bring us up to speed quickly on the new skills, but we have to be careful. So picking, selecting the right partners, and then afterwards sometimes deselecting them when they are no longer actually up to date with the information we need. And that can be painful, because none of us like stepping away from a partner that's been good in the past. But we have to figure out which are the communities to take part with, and sometimes even how do we navigate or even create an ecosystem of support to help us build this new world. To be a good player in such a collaboration, I like to say that the third most important skill is to be trustable, to not exaggerate, not to develop a reputation for speaking in hype, and to act with integrity. I sometimes think I should change this. Instead of saying the skill is to be trustable, perhaps the skill is to be great at bullshitting and bullying and lying, because it does seem that some people in the world are succeeding, for at least in part, by doing that. But I still think that ultimately reality will come. And if you try to deny climate change because it's convenient for you to deny climate change, if ultimately the changing weather will get to you. If you try to deny the reality of germs and say all we need to do is to sing hallelujah and to live in a healthy way, the diseases will get to you. So I do believe that it is very important, even more important than before, to be trustable. I mentioned agility is important in this skill too. That means learning by doing in small chunks and then pivoting when we learn that things aren't quite what we expected. And in order to do these pivots, in order to cope with the resulting failures, it's even more important than before that we have emotional resilience, that we learn not to run away from failures, but to fail forwards, sharing with our colleagues what it is that went wrong so that our colleagues perhaps can learn more quickly, building mutual support and encouraging each other. On a bigger level, not just emotional intelligence, but I increasingly believe political intelligence is important. We need to be able to work with people that maybe initially we don't like very much, but we have to be better at collaborating. That's politics with a small p, but also politics with a large P. We do need regulations. If anybody says we should abolish all regulations, that is a fantasy. On the other hand, we need to be better at developing agile regulations and lean regulations and getting them updated quickly. And more generally, we need to craft a new social contract to deal with many people who are unexpectedly thrown out of the workforce because the skills they thought would be stand them in good stead for a long time are no longer sufficient. And then finally, there's the skill of being astute. And what I mean by being astute is you don't get bogged down just in the details. You're still able to see the big picture, holding on to the most important truths, but also aware of what we don't know. What are the things that if we did find out would make the biggest difference? So these I offer as the 7 most important skills to make it more likely that we will be successful through the rapid period of disruption. And in the last 5 minutes, I'm going to dig a little bit into the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, you might think I'm going to talk about the S word, because I've already mentioned whether or not superintelligence is coming soon. Artificial superintelligence. You might expect me to talk about another S word, the singularity, whether that's the technological singularity, which means that humans are no longer making the decisions. Instead, it's AIs that are making all the decisions, in the way that chimpanzees don't determine the future of chimpanzees. It's humans that determine whether chimpanzees do well or badly. I could talk about the technological singularity or the economic singularity. Economic singularity is when most of us can no longer make money by offering our skills because robots, AIs, automation can do almost everything better, cheaper, more reliably than we can. Or I could talk about the political singularity. The political singularity is when all politics focuses on the one single most important question: are we going to let big tech build effectively a new God? And that doesn't get much news coverage today, but increasingly more people are going to say, oh my goodness, what is happening? We are letting big tech gamble with the whole future of humanity, building something that cannot be controlled. So all of these S's are important, but instead, in my last slide, I'm going to talk about the T word. And I'm going to offer the idea that T is worth 5 S's. The T word, which I think the big picture, what AI and the associated technologies can deliver, is transhumanism. Transhumanism means that we humans, as never before, will be able to transcend our limitations that have held us back by wise and selective, profound embrace of technology. Transhumanists recognize that there are things that are fundamentally wrong with us, individually and collectively, and they're not just something to laugh about. Oh, we humans, we sometimes mess up. That's great, isn't it? No, the things we do as humans are often terrible to each other, to the environment, to other groups of people. But technology, used wisely, and here I'm talking about biotech, cognitech, nanotech, and AI, can liberate us from these age-old constraints. That is the big picture of where we can get to with AI. We shouldn't just be thinking, hey, AI might make us rich. No, AI can help us reach to a higher level of humanity than ever before. This vision of technology helping us to transcend our limitations as humans, in a way, it's nothing new. We've had this since the beginning of humanity. We've always used technology to help us go beyond what nature originally provided, whether it was fire that helped us to digest food more, whether it was spears and nets that helped us to be better hunters and fishers, a sling that allowed us to carry young children hands-free, whether it was things like makeup or jewelry or headdresses or tattoos that built up our confidence and made us more fearsome or more attractive, our control over animals, our abilities to journey, our things that augmented our senses, aspects that improved our biology, whether in small scale or more recently in large scale with artificial hips, knees, lenses, or things that will monitor what's happening in our bodies, and then modifications to our minds. All of this has been happening, so to an extent we have all been transhumanists already, but my claim is that we can go much further. Pretty quickly, we can go through 5 dimensions of profound human enhancement if we get it right. And by the way, we're going to need to do all 5. If we just do 1 or 2, we're probably going to end up in a very bad state. We can, with the help of technology, enhance our body, enhance our mind, enhance our emotional state, enhance our collective political state, and enhance our vision. By that I mean our narrative vision. So sometimes these are called super longevity, super intelligence, that's human super intelligence as opposed to artificial super intelligence, super happiness, super democracy, and a sustainable super abundance for all. That is the vision that we can have. That's what I told you, T is equal to a 5S vision. But we have to do all 5 because if, for example, we just make ourselves stronger, that's no guarantee that we're going to be kinder. If we just make ourselves cleverer, that's no guarantee that we're going to be wiser. If we just make ourselves smile more often, that doesn't mean we're actually more fulfilled and more flourishing. And if we just have more might, it doesn't mean that we're right. And finally, just because we can see an attractive vision doesn't mean we have the ability to make it happen. So I will just open the kimono one more layer and then stop. What I mean by super longevity is we will overcome the inherited tendency for ourselves to get old and weak and decrepit by enhancing our physical health. By super intelligence, I recognize that many things we've inherited from evolution are wrong ways of thinking that might have made sense when we lived in small groups in the African savannah. We call them cognitive biases or collective stupidity. We can fix that by using AI as a wise guide. Evolution did not care whether we were happy. Evolution drove us often to be depressive or egotistical or needlessly to suffer because it just wanted us to be sure that we passed on our genes. We can fix that, not just by the traditional methods of meditation and yoga, but by AI guiding us to be a super therapist. And in terms of how we work with one another, from the very beginning of history, we have been deceivers, we have been cheats, we have abused power. We don't like to think about it because we've had good aspects as well to our character. But this too, we can fix if we have AI helping us as a wise guide to our democracy, underpinned by sustainable superabundance. So that's part of what AI can do. But my goodness, if we mess it up, there are many things that AI can do wrongly, which is why I'm not an accelerationist or a reckless accelerationist. Instead, I am a harnessing acceleration guy. I am a safety activist. We need to be wise, otherwise we will not end up in this 5S beautiful future. We will end up in a new dark age. So that's the big picture. And as we get excited about which jobs we might have with AI, let's not lose sight of this, because this could be here very soon. And I think there's a reasonable chance that our world by 2040 will be incredibly different from how it is now. And we need to be sure it's a world we're happy to live in, rather than, oh my goodness, we should have paid more attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, David. I appreciate it. We're going to keep speeding through our presentations before we get time for us all to interact kind of like with the speakers. We've got Peter Voss up next, who's going to give us his own views into a different path towards AGI. I think you have to be very cautious of the sort of, I guess, like the press release, the PR that you're being given at the minute about what the route to AGI is, which broadly is being told as more huge data centers, more compute, throw enough money at it, and we'll get there. Who knows? Maybe there are other ways. But yeah, it's amazing to have Peter here to give us his views on how we get there. Thank you so much, Peter.
Great, thank you. So, yes, thank you, David, for really providing a lot of good background for what I'm going to be talking about. I'm a transhumanist, and I've been passionate about for the last 25 years working on developing the technology that will allow increased human flourishing. And that's really the transhumanist vision of it. Now, where I differ, well, what I want to say is, what I want to present is actually a path towards achieving this great objective of allowing us to transcend without the tears. And, but to achieve that will be done by something that is very different from what we're doing. So I think what David was talking about, the disruption that's sometimes required, I believe there is still a significant disruption required in the field of AI to achieve that vision that we're looking for. Now, what I'll be talking about is AGI, and it's a term close to my heart. Three of us coined the term in 2002, Ben Goertzel, Shane Legg, and myself, wrote a book, published a book, and the motivation behind that was to recapture the original dream of AI. When the term AI was coined 69 years ago, 70 years now, it was about building thinking machines, machines that can think, learn, and reason the way we do. And they thought they could solve the problem in a few years, and of course it turned out to be a much, much, much harder problem. So over the decades, what happened, the field of AI really morphed into the field of narrow AI, and we are still in that domain, narrow AI, where we take one particular problem or one set of problems and use human intelligence to use computers to solve that problem, rather than building machines that can actually figure out how to solve the problem. So the true vision of AGI is really very different from what is currently being worked on in AI. Now, AGI will be the biggest invention ever. It will be bigger than electricity or anything else that has happened. And you know, I want to illustrate that. David again already gave some good examples, but I want to give a few more examples. Imagine having an AI that can train itself, and I say here specifically train itself. It can learn by itself to become a PhD level cancer researcher. It can hit the books and learn. You can now make 1 million copies of that cancer researcher. You have 1 million cancer researchers chipping away at the problem, pursuing different avenues, collaborating with each other. Imagine how that will accelerate research and getting results. You can now have that in every field, every scientific field of endeavor, any field that requires brain power to solve problems, where the system can learn a new skill, you can copy it, you can multiply it, you can accelerate. The second area of what AGI will deliver is a massive, massive reduction in the cost of goods and services by automating every single job that requires some intellectual, you know, any desk-bound job, basically. Human labor is, for most companies, the biggest expense. So if we can dramatically reduce the cost of goods and services, that will lead to radical abundance. Basically, everything will become a lot cheaper. Now, the third area that I want to talk about, and that probably most directly addresses some of the concerns that David has, is what I call a personal assistant. And the reason I double up on the word personal is there are two different important aspects of personal. The one is you own your assistant. It's yours. It's not some mega corporation that controls it. And the second personal is it's hyper-personalized to you. It becomes part of who you are. It learns your goals, your history, whatever you want to share with it. It becomes your confidant. It becomes your advisor. Of course, it can do the dirty work of, you know, dealing with your insurance company and stuff like that as well. But much more importantly, you can bounce ideas off your personal assistant, and you make better decisions. You become a better person by making fewer mistakes in how you interact with other people, how you interact with community, the decisions you make. Another way to look at it is it becomes an exocortex. So it becomes part of that vision of a transhumanist, that it expands your ability to think well and clearly and to learn. So, of course, just replacing human labor in terms of research or desk-bound jobs or having an assistant is one thing. But of course, computers have many advantages over humans. The obvious one is they're much cheaper. The other thing is they collaborate much better and they can share information much easier than humans. They can transmit whole big chunks of knowledge to each other, which we as humans can't do. And also they'll be able to collaborate much better because they don't have their egos get in the way. They can work 24/7 at full concentration level, probably at a much faster pace than humans can. They don't have certain of these nice distractions that we as humans tend to have. And they have perfect memory. They have instant access to all the information that is available online. And they are much, much better at thinking clearly, at rational, logical thought than we are. For us, it's kind of an evolutionary afterthought to be able to think clearly. So to contrast that, I think I've given you a good idea of what AGI is and what it can do and will be able to do. But unfortunately, the term has been much abused recently by people like Sam Altman trying to raise money. If anybody tells you, we'll have AGI soon, but it's not going to be a big deal, they're either ignorant or lying or both. AGI will be a big deal. But the next section is, I don't believe we will have it soon based on current approaches and technology. So I'll just cover a few more things about the benefits of AGI, and then I'll talk about why large language models and deep learning are not likely to get us there. So that's a future we envisage to continue improving the human condition. As David mentioned, massive improvements in computation will crack quantum computing, which is a really hard problem to solve. In energy, probably fusion will be solved with the help of AGI researchers. Nanotechnology, finally, we've been waiting for it for a long time. It's a really, really hard technical problem. We need more intelligence thrown at it. It can be solved, but it needs a lot more brilliant researchers, and AGI will help us do that. So we can finally have these nanobots that can go into our bodies and clean up the mess, the gunk, and repair cells and stuff. But the area that I'm probably most excited about how AGIs will be able to help us is in the areas of philosophy and ethics. They'll help us figure out things much better on how to arrange our affairs. I mean, at the moment, it's very clear that we are not very good at governance. We're not very good at figuring out how to manage our communities and how to manage things. And I believe by having a rational philosophy, and it's actually something I've written about quite a bit, that there is a way to treat ethics as a science that I believe is the right path towards figuring out what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, and how we should arrange our lives and society. So AGI will be able to help us think these things through and come up with better solutions than we have. So AGI, when and how? I think we're at a point where large language models are so amazing on what they can do that they're giving us a taste of AGI. In some ways, we seem to be that close, of what they can do in terms of you can communicate with them, they can translate stuff, you can brainstorm with them, summarize and whatnot. On the other hand, they are failing in big important ways. So we also seem to be quite far away from it. So let me quote Jan LeCun. I really like his quote, it resonates with me. Large language models are an off-ramp to AGI, a distraction, a dead end. So he puts it very forcefully. In fact, he tells his students not to bother studying generative AI because he says it's not the future, it's not what's going to get us to AGI. But even CEO of Google, DeepMind, He's had unlimited resources, practically unlimited resources, to pursue AGI. That is the reason of the company. That is what the company is doing. And yet they have not really made progress with it. They've fallen into the trap of narrow AI, of trying to solve particular problems using human intelligence rather than figuring out how to build a machine that can think and learn and reason by itself. And the reason they've fallen into this trap is that big data approaches, statistical approaches, have been so successful, so that's what they've been pursuing. And of course, companies like Google have massive amounts of data, have massive amounts of computation, so that's the hammer they've got, so they try and look for nails. But he admits himself that deep learning, machine learning, is not going to get us to AGI, not by a long shot. Those are his words. Now, these CEOs often don't, talk a lot about that because they're trying to talk up the current technology that they can keep getting funding on accelerating what they're doing. And of course, things like AlphaFold are incredibly useful. So I'm not saying the current work in AI is not useful, but it's not a path to AGI. I'm not going to go through these in detail. It's actually kind of a 1-hour talk that I'm trying to condense into 15 minutes or so. But there are, after studying AGI for a long, long time, these are the kind of common problems that I find that people trying to work on AGI, the traps that they fall into. But probably the last point there, most generally, lacking a robust theory of intelligence. There are a lot of AI researchers who basically believe we don't know what intelligence is. In fact, Demis Hassabis just 2 days ago said, we need to build AGI in order to understand intelligence. I think that's exactly wrong. We need to understand intelligence in order to build it. And when people say, we don't know what intelligence is, I say to them, speak for yourself. Don't try and build intelligence if you claim you don't understand it, that we don't have an idea of what it is. You have to understand what you're trying to build. Otherwise, you're just stumbling along blindly, and you hope by scaling or by emergence or by some miracle, a miracle happens here, you suddenly get to where you want to be. So I think that is the biggest mistake that, that people make in trying to pursue AGI. Now, my talk is about also having an extremely low-cost solution to AGI that is also safe. Contrast that with Sam Altman saying he needs $7 trillion to build AGI. He doesn't really know how to do it. I mean, he claims he knows how to do it, but obviously he doesn't. Just throwing more money at it. Now, the insanity of that, when you think about that our brains use 20 watts, not 20 gigawatts. When a child can learn language and reasoning with, a few million words, not 20 trillion words like these large language models, there's something very wrong. You have to think about this in first principles. We don't need $7 trillion. So how will we get there? To, have something that has a tiny fraction of the cost to build AI and doesn't suffer from hallucinations and isn't a black box that can actually be explainable. So one good model that we came across a few years ago is by DARPA, where they talk about the 3 waves of AI. And I think it's quite a nice characterization. The first wave is what we now all call good old-fashioned AI. So those were basically expert systems, logic-based systems in 70s, 80s, 90s, and so on. Perfect example there is IBM's Deep Blue World Chess Champion. And the problem with that, of course, they were very brittle, handcrafted, and so on. And that's why people eventually looked for something better than the first wave. The second wave hit us like a tsunami about 15 years ago when people figured out how they could use massive amounts of data and massive amounts of compute to statistically build models that dramatically improved on prior art, where translation, speech recognition, translation, image recognition, and things like that became significantly better with deep learning, machine learning, and now generative AI. But the third wave is where the action is for AGI. It's basically cognitive systems, adaptive systems, systems that can adapt in real time, changing circumstances, can learn by themselves, that are autonomous, adaptive learners. And to build AGI, as I mentioned, you really need to start with first understanding intelligence, saying what is special about human intelligence? And human intelligence, it's our ability to adapt, to conceptualize, to generalize on the fly. We hear some piece of information, we think about it, and it might spawn some new ideas, it might reformulate things that we learned before. And that's our ability, that's the important ability that we have, the ability to think with metacognition, awareness of our own thought process, being able to adjust them. So generative AI has massively more knowledge than any human. That's, that red line at the bottom there. And of course that's increasing. It's already way, way beyond what any human can know. But you can also see that it doesn't matter if you're going east. It doesn't matter how far you go, how fast you go, how much money you throw at it, if you really need to be going north. And that's where we need to go to get to AGI, to get to human-like intelligence, is to focus on real-time autonomous learning, conceptual learning. The two approaches really are like chalk and cheese. Again, I don't have time to go through all of these in detail. I've already touched on quite a few of them. But the focus is not on having a lot of knowledge. The focus is on the ability to acquire knowledge. The difference between focusing on lots of data, the quantity of data, versus quality of data. And getting closer basically to the way our brains work, getting closer to the 20 watts than the 20 gigawatts. So you want to be at a highly adaptive system where you don't need to have a human in the loop. Right now, all of the current systems with generative AI take an enormous amount of human intelligence to actually get them to work. And I would differ somewhere with David saying that there are good economic benefits for current systems. In fact, we've just had the CEO of Microsoft and somebody else say they are scaling back their generative AI investments because they're not seeing the commercial benefits. And we're seeing that in the field that I have experience with, in call center automation and so on. These systems require an enormous amount of fiddling, of developing RAGs and prompt engineering and parameter tuning and whatnot to actually get them to work moderately well. And then as soon as something changes, business rules change, products change or whatever, they again require a lot of tweaking. There always needs to be a human in the loop. That's not real intelligence. So this is sort of the money slide about my talk. To summarize, is cognitive AI, cheap, personal, truthful, 5 to 6 orders of magnitude less data and cost. We are running these systems, we are training them on off-the-shelf computers. We don't need, zillions of GPUs and billions of dollars to train them. They'll be able to be decentralized, and I think that's something that's really important to this community. It won't be large companies that will own and control these systems necessarily. It will be possible to fully decentralize them so that individuals can own these AGIs. And it learns and evaluates continuously in real time, so it can be up to date. You don't have to go back and wait for another 2 months to have a training model to get the latest information. And they'll be specifically designed to be truthful, because you're not training them with all the garbage of the internet data and all the nastiness that's out there. They'll be optimized towards getting to the truth, to getting information from the right places and verifying it. I think that's what we're really looking for, not only to get the power of AGI in terms of brain power, but also to get the ethics. So I'll just finish off quickly with a little bit about what we're doing. So we've developed over the last 20 years what we call INSA, Integrated Neurosymbolic Architecture, and it has the benefits of both neural network systems, the lack of brittleness, basically, the fuzzy matching that you get through that, but it also has the ability to reason symbolically. And the beauty of our system is it has a common data representation, so you can seamlessly move from one mode to the other mode, the way we can. If you compare our System 1, System 2 thinking from Daniel Kahneman, where System 1 is your subconscious automatic action and thinking, and your System 2 is your more deliberate conscious thought, and more at a symbolic or language level. So our system can transition and move between these two modes of operation. We have a substrate of knowledge representation that is literally 1,000 times faster than any commercially available graph database, which is part of the secret sauce that we have. And we have commercialized versions of this technology very successfully in call centers, but our company has now decided to focus 100% on getting all the way to full human level AGI so that we can reap the benefits that we spoke about earlier. So we are at a unique moment. As I said, I think we can sort of taste how close is. The hardware doesn't seem to be that much of a limitation to get to human intelligence, but we need a better software approach. So imagine the benefits that AGI can give on how it can boost human flourishing. But we need to do something about it. We need to actually make sure that instead of wasting billions of dollars on an off-ramp, a dead end, we need to pursue methods that will actually get us to AGI, that will get us to a safe AGI and an affordable, decentralized AGI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would love to give you and David the chance to maybe not have as long as I would like, but if you could give each other a couple of questions and maybe get to the heart of this. I would like to say, Peter, that I basically think that it will be a team like yours that does actually end up getting to true AGI. Whether that is, I don't think it's probably mutually exclusive to other approaches kind of like doing this, but again, I think if we had more focus and maybe more of this funding went to organizations like yours, I think we would have a shot as well. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Yeah, David, please, can we maybe give you a chair as well for a few minutes?
Should we get another mic? So, Peter, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So you've got a wonderful diagram, a wonderful architecture, but somebody might say that people like you, don't know if that's quite fair to say there are other people like you, but there are certainly organizations or people who have drawn similar sorts of impressive diagrams over many years. So what are the metrics you can point to that actually demonstrate that your software is actually making progress to the claims that you highlight?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And of course, the more robust our answer is on how we can prove what we're doing, the easier it would be for us to raise money that we need to scale up our team and actually get to the finish line. The problem is any benchmark that you have now invariably gets compared to what large language models can do. So the question is, what benchmark can you beat? Well, none, zero. We cannot beat any benchmarks because the benchmarks are optimized for large language models and 20 trillion pieces of information that we're trained on. We are building the system up and training it like a child 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old. So what will impress you of what a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old can do? The only way you will be impressed is if you actually, first of all, agree that the approach has to use incremental real-time learning. So it has to be compared to any other attempts to do that. And then you have to say, wow, okay, with a few thousand or few 100,000 words, it learned language and it learned reasoning up to a certain degree. And we can do that. So you really have to.
You can do that already? You can demonstrate that?
Yeah, we can do that. And now we did have a commercial version of our system, which, you know, actually last year we replaced 3,000 agents at 1-800-Flowers at last Valentine's Day. But that had a lot of human-crafted language rules and rules which we stripped out now of our system because the system really needs to learn it from the ground up. So you have to agree on that the theory that we have makes sense, and then evaluate our progress accordingly, what we've done. So we've proved scaling. We've done a number of demos over the years of our technology of reasoning and learning and so on, and to extrapolate that. So yeah, I agree. You know, the more we can show, the more compelling our story becomes.
Let me try and channel Demis Hassabis, because you pointed out something he said. You said, we're not going to understand human intelligence until we build AGI, and AGI will help us to understand intelligence. And you said that was the wrong way around. I think what Demis might point to is the example of their Go-playing software. The Go-playing software came up with insights about the game of Go that exceeded what any human had understood. So he might argue that in due course they're going to build something with our limited understanding, and it will then tell us things that we had not understood before. So why do you think that's not feasible?
Well, I'm not saying we couldn't learn more. We're going to learn more about all sorts of things once we have AGI. We're going to, you know, it's going to help us understand quantum mechanics and psychology and whatnot. But that's not the point. The point is, if you are trying to build AGI, you're trying to build something that has human-like intelligence, it really behooves you to first understand what it is. And that's not the approach that DeepMind has taken. And I would claim that's the reason why they haven't made progress. You know, you in your presentation, you said the company was formed specifically to solve intelligence, to build AGI, basically. That was what the company was formed. They've had 10 years, unlimited funding, basically. You mentioned the first step is to solve intelligence, and then step 2 is to use that to solve all the other problems of humanity. And I agree with that approach, except they skipped point 1 and went straight to point 2 with narrow AI, with basically using human ingenuity to solve specific problems, how to build AlphaGo and how to build a completely different system to do AlphaFold, how to build a completely different system to solve some other problem. It's narrow AI that they've built, and they don't have a path to AGI from everything I'm seeing.
Again, Demis and his supporters might say that what they're doing is no longer narrow. It may not be fully general, but it is broad. They have systems like, they had Gato a few years ago, that's the Spanish word for cat, which could solve 60 different problems with the same training set, 50 different types of problems. And so increasingly they do have systems that are pretty general, if not completely general. So just saying that each of them are single purpose is misleading. They've got multimodal learning systems where they can learn from text and from pictures and from videos and from audio, for example.
Yeah. All right. I mean, we could continue talking about DeepMind, and I'd be happy to have that conversation. I think just like to leave it with the point that one of the key requirements of the kind of intelligence we're using for AGI is the ability to learn incrementally in real time. And that's what nobody is doing. In fact, I'm a co-author on a paper where we recently surveyed 200 of recent research papers where people tried to do incremental learning on generative AI or on large language models. There was not a single research paper that we could find that could actually update the core network, the core model. It cannot be done. With backpropagation, you simply cannot do it. It's impossible. And that's what everybody's doing. They're all doing You collect all of the massive amount of data up front, you number crunch it 1,000,000 times, you build a model, and that's what everybody's doing. That's a dead end. It's a distraction.
It's not quite what everybody's doing, because of course you're not doing that. And I may point to one of the recent episodes of London Futurist podcast, which features Alex Orobian, who is a researcher who is looking at a different means of doing inference. Instead of backpropagation, he looks at something he believes is more faithful to what's happening inside the human brain, called predictive coding. And he made the same point in my conversations with him in this podcast episode, that you need to be able to update the model in real times in ways that are not possible with these previous architectures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wish more people would zero in on this one single fact. You know, if you cannot refute this fact, you have to say, if you're doing backpropagation, you're not going to get to AGI. End of story. You know, you have to address that point, and if you're not addressing it, you're really nowhere. I've been trying to get more people together to say, let's brainstorm what are the ways we can overcome those core limitations and get to AGI. But it's actually very hard to get people together to brainstorm anything that is away from what they're doing.
My final question, Peter, is you may be right that you may have a route to build safe, beneficial AGI. Do you think it's important to control what the others are doing? Because the others, they may not build AGI, but they're building increasingly powerful AI that might cause more havoc in the world when it's employed in military situations, it's employed in misinformation, it's employed potentially to allow terrorists to do deadly design. Do you think that there needs to be efforts that I spoke about to control what big tech is doing? Or do you think you would rather just focus on getting your own safe AG out there as quickly as possible?
Yes, it's a full-time job for me to try and move forward on our project, and to raise money and generally overcome the technical challenges we have. But in terms of regulations and so on, the big concern is that there's always regulatory capture, and it usually ends up being worse than not having the regulation. So I'm very skeptical of regulation being the answer. On the other hand, I don't see current AI as being existential threat. Yes, there are sort of more what I would call mundane threats, not mundane that they're necessarily small, but I don't see the current AI, generative AI, taking over the world. I think that's quite extremely unlikely. So I'm not concerned about that risk.
James, I'm looking to you to guide us as to whether we should open up questions for the floor, or should we? We've got 3 minutes, so however you wish to use that. 3 more minutes. Anybody have a burning comment from the floor? Any of you feel that what we've been talking about is right or wrong? So, your hand first.
So more than a comment, a question. So you talked about needing money, but what would you use that money, and what is your missing resource? What is your bottleneck to get to AGI?
Yes, very good question. So we don't need money for GPUs. Training costs next to nothing. We just need more people. We have 15 people in the team. We're not going to get to AGI with 15 people all that quickly. We don't need hundreds or thousands of people, but we have specific work carved out. For example, our commercial version didn't have vision at all. We didn't need vision. It was text only, voice. For AGI, we believe we need vision as well. So we need to hire a bunch of expensive vision experts to implement, vision people we need for scaling. We need, just additional people to work through things. I'll give you the number. We're looking for 50 people. We're looking for $25 million for the next 2 years, and we believe we will get to human adult level in 2 years with the work that we do. Now, it's ridiculous. 25 million is a rounding error. When you get startups that get $1 billion of seed capital at a $7 billion valuation with no product, no revenue, and no real plan to do anything. But because our approach is so different, people's VC's eyes just glaze over when you talk about not needing GPUs, and it's hard to basically get their attention for long enough. I think one of the things that you said, David, that's really important, is people need to be able to unlearn. Now, when a VC has put in, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars into large language models, it's not easy psychologically for them to unlearn that maybe that is a dead end, a distraction.
Have you talked with VCs from different cultures? Perhaps somebody from, I don't know, China or Israel or Saudi Arabia? Maybe they're more open-minded to try a different approach?
Well, maybe you can introduce us to some. Yeah.
So watching online, AI is watching online. You may not be generally intelligent yet, but some of the AI is watching online. You may be smart enough to realize that there is a connection that could be made to Peter. And your email address was on the slides, peter@aigo.ai.
Well, you can easily find me LinkedIn or X or peter@aigo.ai.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
We get a little bit of feedback on that one. Okay, does anyone know where the adapter has gone? That allows the USB and the port to connect to a device. Da, da, da. We had one, and it's gone walkabout, but that's okay. We are going to. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then USB in here. Where is that one gone? The one. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So this one will get out quickly. Okay. Last time we need to use it. This is the last time.
James, there's one more adapter over there.
Oh, thank you. We should allow that. Oh God, do we need this? Keyboard, let's go away. This needs to go over here first, I'm sorry. And then we need to hit slideshow. Perfect. And then if we just see if that works. Okay, guys, this is the last kind of quick presentation before we head into the Careers Fair Apprentice kind of like matching. I just want to briefly introduce Justine from Mozy. Mozy is Ev Williams' new startup, one of the Twitter founders, and I'm not going to take any of Justine's thunder here, but we are more typically a digital community that exists all over the world. Before we were here in Austin, we ran an event in Lisbon, and actually a big part of what ARC is trying to do, right, is bring us out of that digital realm and start to exist in the physical realm. Another problem we have is that when we come to places like here, like Austin, particularly with the type of event that we're trying to run, where this is unconference style, like anyone can add anything to the agenda and get anyone else to come along. But the coordination of all that activity is difficult. So I know lots of people in our community are also building different types of technology to help, but we've got a really interesting one here that we're going to be doing some stuff with over the month, and I'd love for us all to try this. But yeah, that's my sort of intro, and Justine, please, you've got the floor.
Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me? Actually, what would really help me, because I have a fear of public speaking, is if everybody with me stands up for a second and just shakes it out. I feel like we've been sitting for a while, and just like do a little bit of this. Feels good to get out of your chair, right? Out of the digital and into the physical. All right. So my name is Justine Magic Bean, and I'm head of community for Mozy. And am I supposed to stand here for the thing? Okay, great. Amazing. Yeah. So humor me for a second, and if everybody in the room could raise their hand if they really love hanging out with their friends, right? Has anybody in this room ever felt lonely before? Okay, most of us. Has anybody come to this particular summit to meet new people and meet new friends? Me too. This is actually the first room I've walked into in probably 4 years where I don't know a single human. So this is actually quite exciting for me. And I hope that that changes by the end of this experience. And so Mozy is going to help with all of those things. And I'll explain. maybe. Am I too far away? Okay, great. Okay, so the power of human connection. This is something that's my bread and butter. I've been building community for almost 15 years. And what makes me the most excited is to make connection, create more love in the world. And so Harvard did a study for the last 80 years on American adults, and they found that chronic loneliness is as harmful as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It increases the risk of heart disease, dementia, and depression. And for someone like me, I spent the majority of my adult life not feeling like it belonged anywhere. And so this deeply resonates with me. It was only about 10 years ago when I finally felt like I found my people, so to speak. There's other studies that show that 1 in 4 humans around the world post-pandemic feel loneliness, which makes total sense. And there's another one that says from the University of Kansas that one meaningful conversation a day with someone that you care about can completely change your outlook on life in terms of like your happiness and joy that you bring to yourself and to others. So that's pretty powerful, I think. And I'm still having issues with the, okay, there we go. Where am I supposed to point it? Sorry, friends. Okay, here we go. So what does that mean? Meaningful relationships are the #1 predictor of long-term happiness and well-being. I think we can all agree, as we all raised our hands, being with our friends makes us feel more connected, and we want to meet more of those people. It enriches our lives and makes us feel more aligned with ourselves and with the world around us. So, meet Mozy. I'll talk about it a little bit more in a second, but this is essentially what you'll see when you log into the app. I personally have been manifesting this app for like 10 years as a community builder, because as someone who's trying to track who's where when, who has what dietary things, who's in town for this, who has a dog, and try to make those people match them, like this is exactly my dream, and now I get to help build it, which is amazing. So you log in, there's the home screen in the middle. It says good morning from wherever you are. You see who's around, and it just lists all the people who are in Mozy that you know, or that Mozy knows is in that same place. We just launched local plans, which I'll talk about in a second, which is kind of like, I'm going to ARC Summit at this thing for this time, come join me. Below that, you'll see events, which are like more pillar events, which I'll talk about in a sec. This is your list of my people, so everybody in Mozy, and you'll get really rich information about their profiles from those people. And then on the right, you'll see, oh, there's me. I'm going to Summit Detroit in June. You'll get to sort of like track where people are going all around the world. So Mozy makes it easier to form and strengthen real-life connections and combat loneliness in a digital world. So what does that mean? We believe real connection happens in the real world. As James was saying, so many of these really beautiful communities. I was working in Web3 before I actually went into Mozy, building community there and trying to build, you know, what is essentially a completely anonymous digital space in most cases and make it tangible. And that's where the real juicy parts are. So we want to create a beloved private social network that helps you see your people more in what we're doing right now, real life. Because as you guys have probably been learning, and we all know that as the world gets more digital and AI and all the things, probably the only thing you'll be able to trust with like true fidelity, if the person on the other end is real, is what we're doing right now, which is a totally other thought to contemplate. So James shared that Ev Williams is our founder or co-founder. Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of them. They all started out as, you know, we want to make social again. And then somehow all managed to deviate a little bit from that initial goal. It's all become entertainment feeds and media content and less about the people that you know. In fact, you might not know anyone on your feed at this point. And we really want to get back to the basics of that. So, Mozy, it's the answer to where are my people? Our first value prop out of this triangle is like people, time, and place. So people being the like rich contact, accurate data about your people. Like what are their kids' names? What are their birthdays? Like dog, dietary restrictions, like what are they up to? That kind of thing. Where are they? Which is the first value prop that we've led with, because no one's ever done it. Turns out everyone's tried and somehow hasn't landed yet. It's kind of like Find My Friends, but for the future. So it's like present moment, but as far out into the future as you want, which is really amazing. And then time, tracking those relationship milestones over time. And so, like me, I'm sure some of you know, or maybe yourself, you've gone digital, you've gone nomadic. your friends moved around, your families moved around. I feel really grateful for the communities that I've cultivated. I can probably drop into any place in the entire world and know somebody who knows somebody, which is really, really, I feel really blessed about that. But that makes it really hard to track. And so we're also, what are they up to? Answer. We just launched local plans, which we'll share about it and how that's relevant for ARC in a second. But kind of thinking about it like the level above and below a Partyful or a Luma. And so above is like these pillar events. So you'll have like ARC Summit event page, or like Burning Man or Davos or South by Southwest. And you're like, those are things that don't get an event page, but you want to know who's going. You might want to like find out who's single, who's going, or what founders are going, or whatever the case is. That's really valuable information, and you can like connect with them through that event page, and you'll exchange contact information automatically. And when you go into like a WhatsApp and you're in a thread with 1,000 people, you're like, who are these people? They have no profile photos. I don't know whose number this is. And so there's a lot more context in that level. And then the local plan, which is like, okay, I don't travel very much, but I still want to see my friends. I'm a new parent. I don't even know who my friends are right now, but I just want to go to the park and see who wants to go to the park with me. Or I want to go to the pub on Friday night at 5, or a tabletop for 4 people at this restaurant tomorrow at 6. And you're just like, I don't quite know who to ask, because there's like a lot of friction in that process, at least for me, for sure. And so the local plan just tells, you put in Mosey, I'm going to be here at this time, and it's a plan that I would do anyway, or I want someone to come with me, and then I would do it. And so Mosey just tells the people that you care about what you're doing, and then hopefully they'll join you. That's sort of the point. We're doing our jobs right if you get off the app as fast as possible with the most accurate information you can. So this could easily be my life. As life gets harder, making plans gets harder, even harder. I have onboarded people in the middle of dance floors, at parties, at a funeral, on the plane yesterday, because somebody is always telling me, like, oh, where are you going to be? What are you doing this weekend? What are you up to? When are you coming back to New York? And the answer is always like, okay, it's in my Mosey. Because now I don't have to think so much about it. I just share my plans link, and it tells them, which is amazing. For me, it's all about like reducing the friction of just, where are you going to be? So this is our favorite GIF, because our tagline is see you soon. We want more and more of this. And if anybody loves hugs as much as I do, I want this all the time. So how to Mosey at ARC. Nope. Okay, so we're going to have at the end a QR scan. James is also going to drop it in the Telegram that you guys have. We've created an ARC Austin Summit page, and we can create it for all the future ARC events or summits that you have. You'll be able to connect with everybody at the summit through the page. So you just join the page, and then you can just see who else is going. And then you'll get to, when you hit connect and the other person accepts, it will exchange your contact information that way, and it will say met at ARC Summit Austin. In perpetuity in your iOS. So everything immediately when you connect with someone downloads right to your iOS. We currently don't have Android, but we're coming for you. We have a wait list, product market fit and all, but I promise we're coming. So that's the first way. And then we're gonna use James and you guys as an exploration around local plans, which is really exciting. So James's profile on here, you'll be able to connect with James directly through the event page. And he is going to start posting all the sort of optional, non-mandatory events that are happening throughout the next month. I believe you guys are here for a month. That are, the local plan of like, hey, we're going to do this thing, come join us. And then you guys get to tell us, hey, we really wanted to do this, or it does it this way, and we prefer this. And I get to be your conduit for like, okay, let's make that happen, because that's my job, is I get to listen to the amazing people in our community and build it for them. So I would really, really love any feedback, loves, hates, desires, etc. And hopefully it's really valuable for you guys. And then Mosey Landing. So aside from this beautiful summit that you guys are at this weekend for South by Southwest, which you're all going to be here for, we're treating our entire community. So this is something I've been working on for a very long time now. And we're going to be at Reno Rooftop right across the street from South by Convention Center. All these hours, both days of the weekend. And everything that we're on offering is free for all attendees. So it's basically like a secret oasis away from the chaos of the week. We're gonna have award-winning tacos, unlimited, so as many tacos as you want. Mushroom coffee bar, we've got beer and cocktails, we've got a tea service and non-alcoholic elixirs. We've got portrait photos by a really awesome photographer from 3 to 5 each day. We've got DJs on deck every day from like 2 to 7. And then we have wellness and biohacking services all day. So the idea is like to pop in and out. You'll probably want to stay. We have a couple of things on programming throughout the weekend as well that are going to be really exciting. But everything is offered complimentary. So I would really love to meet all of you and to treat you as best as I can. So this is a QR code for the event page on Mozy. And if you want to RSVP and come through at any point this weekend, I would love to host you. Please say hi after this if you can, so I don't walk out not knowing anybody. It would be very unusual for me. And this is the RSVP link. Yeah. Thank you.
We're going to all meet 2:45, and we'll try and line up some portraits and have some fun at Mozy together this Saturday. So thank you very much, Justine. We're going to motor on with everything. Where is Ali? Come up, my man. Okay. Final part of the day. Gonna have some more fun. I've been working with this young man over the last month or so, and it's been a pleasure. We're here to do our apprentice matching, our careers fair. And Ali, I'm going to let you introduce this first, Taskformer, and then I'll take over again for a second.
Sure. Hey, everyone. This is a super impromptu, improv little speaking segment. But I'd just like to tell everyone what Taskformer is to me. Around 1 year ago, I graduated from a high school with around 44 graduating students. We had no access to clubs, competitions, or any type of normal extracurricular. We had no opportunities around us. And for me to get into the schools that I got into, I had to create a lot of my own opportunities, and I did that through venture. I did that through creating my own businesses, my own nonprofits, and my own startups. And something interesting that I did was post a lot about my wins on places like LinkedIn. And as these posts went viral of me getting email replies from people like Mark Cuban and Steve Wozniak, or hosting a hackathon with 450 participants, getting sponsored by Wolfram and Desmos, I realized that a lot of students were hitting me up from all parts of the world, asking me for advice for their startup and for their business. So I realized that despite having access to resources like Y Combinator and Z Fellows, there was no entrepreneurial support for students. A lot of these programs were high barrier to entry and for professionals and graduate students. 2 months ago, I was actually talking to Joe Cardini from Afford Capital, who on average invests like $1 million to $2 million per startup. And halfway through my pitch, he goes, Ali, actually, the only way we would invest is if you dropped out. So when I first came to UT Austin, I created Taskformer, which is an accelerator specifically for student entrepreneurs. And something specific that we do is actually match student interns to student founders, giving interns a chance to have some foundational experiences that they can use for their resume and get even better internships later on. This also allows founders to have their own team when they're starting out. The reason we're working with James is actually to give some of our intern base real opportunities with actual founders. And that's why we have this recruiting fair. Thank you.
Love it, right? Love it. So again, I got to pull this together with Ali, and I got to work with one of your your co-founder, Haroon. And again, I had such a good experience doing stuff with them that I was like, look, I don't want you to help ARC out. I just want ARC to help you with your startup. And so it's super awesome that you're going to be here through the residence as well. But okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is I think we have 7 to 9 sort of like founders and companies that are in the room, depending on timings and calls, that are each going to come to the stage and present for a sharp 2 minutes each on quickly the company that they are founded and that they are running, and the role or roles that they are open to having conversations with all of you kind of about. And so what we agreed as a starting point here is that I'm bringing some founders, Taskformers bring some students, and what we're bringing you together for is the prospect of a sort of a month-long experience where you're sort of committing hopefully upwards of 20-ish hours a week to work on something valuable for that founder. And what I've asked for the founder is to ensure that it is also valuable for you and that you do get a genuine, valuable experience out of it. Now, that's what we're putting you together to do now, but we're not going to meddle or interfere. You are all free agents to hopefully perhaps do even more than just a month. I know that there are students here that are looking for part-time, full-time, graduate kind of like roles. And so like I'm hoping that this is, again, not something for everyone that is just a month-long experience. It's something that can go for longer. So with that said, we're going to dive straight into the action and start the presentations. I'm going to give you a roll call. There's all sorts of people's diaries to get into the way of this. I'm going to give an order of ceremony, which is going to change again slightly, but we're going to kick off with Lev. We're then going to have James. We're then going to have Martin. We're then going to have Polycarp. We're then going to have Mosey. And Mac. We're then going to have Mac. And then I will see if I see another face after that. So that's the current running order. So I will hand over first to LEV Foundation to do a brief introduction and to cover the roles. So thank you very much, Caitlin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caitlin. I am the research director at Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. And our executive director, David Wood, is here also. You may have heard him speaking a little bit earlier. We are a nonprofit working in longevity biotechnology. And so we are working to accelerate the path to increased health span, increased human lifespans. And we do our own internal research. But in addition to that, we have a lot of advocacy work and community building. And as a nonprofit, we have lots of open roles. All of us within the organization wear many hats. And I think there are certainly some of you who are probably better at some of the things that we need than any of us are individually, just trying to keep things going. So some of the things that I had put in requests about, I guess, we have graphic design kind of stuff. If anybody is in design, we don't have like a brand kit. We don't have. Amazing, amazing. And yeah, if any of the things that I say sound interesting to any of you, please come find me and let's talk, and I'm happy to go more in depth. But yeah, so graphic design, branding, in addition to that, kind of the front end stuff, I think it's front end, for a website, to work with our back end developer, who's amazing. We're also building kind of an LLM that will be scanning PubMed for select types of research articles and building a database with it. There's already a builder working on that, but he would like an apprentice to be working with him. So happy to connect you if that's something that's interesting to you. Also, a science writer, whether that's pop science or more in-depth research articles, because we do publish and writing takes a long time. So if you would like to become an author, either more blog style or actually submitting scientific papers, that is open to you. And of course, you'd be credited with any of that work. And what else? Data science, bioinformatics. So there is some, I guess, domain-specific knowledge that would be useful, but by and large, most of our data science is pretty generalized. So if you're working in any of those areas and you're interested, then come and talk to me, and we'll see if it's a good fit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Just to say this, we're going to go through the presentations, and then we're going to assign a founder to each of the tables, and then we're going to allow the mixing to all happen, okay? So thank you so much for kicking us off. Appreciate that one. James, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, my name's James. I'm founder of American Tenant. We're revolutionizing a paradigm shift in drone technology, keeping these aircraft in the air for months without an engine and trying to reach up to 90,000 feet above the ground. We're a bunch of veterans, actually, that are doing this. If America ever goes to war in the Pacific, there'll be thousands of sailors and airmen floating in the ocean on day one. We can reduce the time to get to a pilot that after he splashes down into the Pacific from weeks to months down to about a couple hours, actually, reducing the cost of the operation and mitigating risks to the search and rescue crew and getting that pilot back in the air into the fight. So we've been around for a couple of years. we just got our first round of funding, and I'm putting together a team of engineers. There's 12 of them from Cal State Long Beach coming out to San Antonio for the summer, and we're building the next iteration of our aircraft and also building a proof of concept to where we can see the wind using Doppler and LiDAR. So I'm looking for some electrical engineers actually in the area to help us out, and some technical writers, a couple business people, but we're just trying to cause as much trouble as we can in the world. So I do have a call from 4 to 4:30, but I'll just take it out there and I'll come right back in. I'd love to meet some of you guys and see how we can cause trouble together. Thank you.
Excellent. I don't need to get in the middle of this, so keep going on the running order.
Hey everyone, I'm Martin Toot. I'm the person responsible for strategy and partnerships at Lightgraph Corporation. It's actually an Estonian company that will soon have a subsidiary in the United States as well. And the company actually completely reinvented microgravity simulation. It's not a software simulation, it's a hardware simulation. Currently, the existing unit is a 3D printer type benchtop device that can simulate any gravity from 0G to multiple Gs. Why is it important? First, you are in Austin. All the SpaceX facilities are close by. It's going to be a huge industry, and it's still much, much more cheap and affordable to test things on Earth instead of making a guess and send something up to LEO. Second, it has tons of different functions for Earth use cases. Whether you believe it or not, a lot of cancer models are much more realistic and much better functioning if you are putting them into micro-G or partial G. Similarly, stem cells, material sciences, even agricultural applications, and we are discovering new use cases pretty much every day that have nothing to do with space. What we are looking for, the company is pretty much fully virtual. Right now we are on 3 different continents, and we look for people who are interested in organizing student activities, would be the ambassadors of the company at UT Austin, any other local university, would help us create journal clubs, discover new use cases. We are actually using LLM and AI for that too. We are looking for people who have life sciences projects. We can send a demo unit on site and provide some training, and you could use it for your own research. If you work with anything less than rats, then it would fit into the device. So you can build completely new research on that. We need engineers, software, hardware. Obviously, for hardware, on-site would be ideal, but definitely can contribute on the software side. And anything else that others mentioned, from science writers to really social media help. So if you find the preparing for the space age interesting and its potential Earth use cases, then please come and see me. Thank you.
Who do I say next? I gave the roll call. Okay, there we are. Max taking it. There we are.
Hello, I'm here with Skinner, and my company, MiniCircle, is the only gene therapy company based in Austin. We are developing life extension gene therapies. We're researching safe and easy ways to add gene therapies to the body. So if you're interested in biology, come talk to us.
I want to challenge you to think about what you're actually doing in this room today. Like, why are you here? Are you here to look for a job to put on your resume, or are you looking to do something that might actually change your life and the lives of people around you? Because there are very few things today that matter more than research into longevity and biology. You have loved ones who are old. You are going to get old. These nice wrinkles here at the corner of my eyes, they're going to come to all of you, and you're going to want to get rid of them. And then you're going to get sick. Your organ systems are going to start to break down, and you're going to think, why is there not something to treat this? And yet right now, today in 2025, we have an opportunity to devote more resources to the development of these technologies than ever in history. AI tools are unleashing an unbelievable opportunity where you, sitting here with no knowledge of biology, could, if you really wanted, in 8 weeks, 12 weeks, code plasmids yourself, knowing nothing today. And you could do that sitting at your computer with ChatGPT, and it could teach you how to do it if you wanted. And you could contribute to the life-saving medicine that is about to change this world.
Anyone else? We're good?
Hey everybody. So we are Lab 484, and we are building the future of the internet. We're building a mesh network that cannot go down, where everyone owns the hardware, the software, and the data with no user agreements or third parties involved. So these are some of the things that we work in, and this is a physical example of what we're working on right now. This is a security system for people who are whistleblowers, people who need to connect to the internet at any time or place, and also people who have lots of digital assets that are very valuable and they want to keep safe. And so you'll be working with technology like this. Some of the things that we need, if you can, next slide, is hardware testers, software installers, penetration testers. We have lots of events, so event staff would be very helpful. Marketing, we have a ton of marketing that we would like to do. And we are installing mesh towers throughout the city. So if you'd like to work with physical infrastructure and learn how the internet works, the future of the internet works, come talk to me at the table over there. And we also have enterprise customer service reps available as well, positions for that, for dealing with problems with these systems, diagnosing the problems and helping people fix these systems. And if you'd like to get in contact, I've got a QR code there. You can scan that, message me. If you do message me, please include 5 ways that you would like to contribute to our mission, as well as things about you that we need to know. So thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mozi Rinpoche, and I am the founder of the Spiritual Acceleration Project. It's a nonprofit organization designed to it's spiritual acceleration for techno-optimists. Who knows what techno-optimism is or has read the Techno-Optimist Manifesto? Okay, so what I'm seeing by this no show of hands is that there is a whole culture on Twitter, X, as you may know it, that takes time to get acquainted to. I also believe that is the platform where people are building the future. And so we are offering a vision of the future that complements this effective acceleration, or this vision of the future that is accelerating full speed ahead with technology. And in my view, the one thing that they're missing is a spiritual worldview. Another word for spiritual is just a sense of awe. And so pointing our minds towards this transcendence, I believe, is a critical piece of actually building the world that we want to. All these technologies that have been mentioned are absolutely critical. I have so much respect, but I'm inviting you to participate in something a little bit different. And what that may look like is a variety of things. Critically, I'm trying to empower people and support them in their development of their own personal agency. So in line with that, people that I work with, I want to co-collaborate and have an orientation towards this spiritual or the sense of awe or transcendence, and decide how do we, what needs to be done? What projects do we need to build in order to bring about this vision? I can talk at length about what the spiritual acceleration protocol. Me and Michael is a trained psychoanalyst, amazing person to talk to. So the last thing I'll say is, if you sign up with us, we will support you in your own spiritual development, regardless of what that may be. It doesn't. I'm a Buddhist, but you can believe in whatever you want and still participate in this spiritual acceleration project. So thank you very much.
This one's giving some electric shocks. Okay, so that's it for now. We might have a couple more that come through that are just not in the building at the minute. But this is what we're going to do next. We're going to have Caitlin take the tables here. We're going to have, who went next? I can't even remember. Who went after Caitlin? Oh, no, James is just out there. So, okay. Yeah, James will be back here. Okay, so Mac, you're there. So Mac's going to be there. Polycarp, you're going to hold that table down there. Martin, do you want to sit with the Jenga or something like that? Right, amazing. And Mosey's there, so maybe we put you under the screen, kind of like over here. And is there anyone else that I haven't designated a spot to yet? Okay, amazing. We may interrupt proceedings just to have a couple more presentations in a little while. And now, just before I allow everyone to break out and go and have conversations and meet the founders, I just want to give a couple of tips to the students as to how I think you can sort of extract the most value from the experience, or at least sort of like do the best work. I expect that most of the founders or the people that you've seen are not the world's best managers. It's sort of unlikely that the world's best managers end up in positions like mine, where they are leading companies. Some, I don't want to speak for everyone, I don't know everyone. Some of them may be incredible managers, right? But they may not be the best bosses. They might be difficult people, it might be hard to get stuff done. But I will say they are all incredible, and there's so much you can learn. And you will learn more if you make it easy for them to work with you. So, assume they're not going to manage you and manage them instead is the first thing that I would say to you. If you can help manage their expectations of what you are going to do, what you can do, they don't write notes in a meeting that you're in that captures the bullet points of things that you've agreed in. You do that, and you send it afterwards to them to make sure that you've understood correctly, and you get them to agree that you have understood that correctly. That's just managing up, as opposed to having to rely on them to do that for you. So I just encourage you to think about every minute that you can save, or anything that you can do to sort of like lubricate the relationship and the work that you're doing with these founders. Also, I think like all of the people that you've just seen up have a team. And if it's a real founder that has momentum and is building things, they're going to be very busy. So I would expect everyone to end up working, not just with a founder, but with other people in that team. So again, manage expectations up, but be respectful of their time, and be willing and open to working with all the other people, in the organization that you can also learn from. And then the final thing that I would say is, just sort of like take the initiative and like really kind of like push and get stuff done. So yes, thank you very much for all being here. I think everyone knows where to go. Any questions before we break out in the room? Hit me. I have no idea who you are. So no, I'm afraid not. We can talk after this, and then maybe. Sorry. But we might. You might be standing up in 20 minutes. But no, everyone break out to where you're going. And I look forward to speaking to some of you as well. Thank you so much for being here, okay?
Cybersecurity, yep, AI defense. Yeah, so we're building the future of the internet with mesh networks. So there's no single point failure, and it's built on the backbone of the Bitcoin network. Yeah. So Bitcoin has 22,000 servers around the world. We're connecting all of those servers peer-to-peer point-to-point, so that it's a breakaway internet built on top of the internet. Because it has 22,000 servers. There's no better network to build on. Also, Bitcoin gives us the ability to get rid of DNS and IAM, ionic, totally decentralized, high availability, and also monetizes the data. Yes, the domain name service. So that is the great bottleneck of the internet. If it was like someone controlling the internet, people would run the DNS would be them, and we don't know who they are. So it tells you how open that is. Yeah. Well, how did Bitcoin develop? And if the internet went down, I would be able to send it out. Oh, what's so fun? That's so cool. Coordinate events, talk to my friends. And so what we decided to do was figure out how we can build a decentralized internet. And we couldn't do it with large networks. Yeah, so we want to get 22,000 to 100,000 servers in our first year, potentially up to 1 million in 5 years later.
You think about how quick we're like spiritual development. You look at the like think about how quickly power like telephone got spread out, right? And what happened is that infrastructure got pulled. Still the same existing infrastructure, right? Power connections are
promoted it so much, marked it so well.
Well, okay, let's see if he can solve something.
You're right. You're right.
It means you're taking it, right? The ones that have been around for forever, right? So in essence, like, they're, it's not an effort to compete with Wi-Fi, right? It's an effort to show people value certain autonomy, the way that they can do that
Showdown. Basically, it's like a showdown. All the mistakes are
Hey team, we're going to interrupt today's proceedings for a brief commercial break. No, for one more pitch. We've got the amazing Brad that has come straight from the vet in earnest just to meet you all. So Brad's going to grab this mic. You can stand here, in fact, Brad, and we're giving you the same sort of 2 minutes to explain what you're up to, what you're building, and what, if any, roles you have available to these lovely people.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your time. My name is Brad Cowan. I am a longtime journalist. I worked for Bloomberg News, and for the past 5 years, I was a top editor at CoinDesk. I was the managing editor of Tech and Protocols. Quit my job in November to start a decentralized news protocol. I'm aiming to basically reinvent the news business for the blockchain and AI era. I'll take pretty much anybody. It's a broad project. If you're into journalism, you come my way. If you're into multimedia, if you want to code, help me code the project. If you want to do AI, we're doing a lot of AI in my project, and I've done quite a bit of prompt engineering. Let's see, all I would ask is for, whatever your passion is, we can probably find a way to put you to work, and just ask for transparency in the number of hours you'd like to commit to per week, and then stand by that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad. Where are you going to stand to have people come to you? You're gonna under the. Okay, so Brad's going to be over there. Please go have a chat with Brad. Thank you so much for being here. Just one final thing I did want to say: if you do end up agreeing some form of role, it'd be great if you could email me and Ali, just with like 5 bullet points of like what you've agreed with the founder. And so I'm putting this piece of work on the student apprentice. And I think, again, it's part of that managing expectations right from the beginning. Have you both understood what you are getting into? And then keeping Ali and I in the loop is just super useful for us to understand what's happening. But beyond that, we're putting no constraints on anything. You know, we just want you guys to get on with whatever works for you, okay? So again, thank you so much. We might interrupt one more time in a bit, but otherwise, keep talking. Thank you. Brad is there.
side.